Some people can be really scary. This is coming from someone who always gives the benefit of the doubt. I understand someone might be going through something, and that's fine. That's why it's important to be there for people. But when it comes to strangers, that's a different story. Here's what I mean. This was a year ago, and I had just gotten out of a pretty toxic relationship with a guy I was dating for a little over 3 years. I won't waste your time with all the details. All you need to know is that he was cheating on me with my best friend. I was devastated, and for weeks I sat in my house thinking, what did I do wrong? Finally, there was an evening I told myself, I need to get out of the house and get some fresh air. So I went to my local animal store to get some feed for ducks. Then I drove 20 minutes to this lake I used to go to as a kid. The lake would be closing at 8 p.m. and it was currently 7, so I had plenty of time. There were 2 other cars in the parking lot as I pulled up, and I saw a couple of joggers stretching by some benches. I got out of my car and grabbed my little bag of duck feed and began making my way toward the lake. There was one spot in particular I enjoyed because it was right next to this little miniature waterfall. Once I sat down, some ducks came up to me, and I started to feel 100 times better being surrounded by these funny little creatures. When the feed was finished, I just sat there listening to some peaceful music on my iPod, eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich I packed, and just watched the ducks swim. This goes on for about 15-ish minutes, until I noticed someone approaching me in my peripheral vision. I turned my attention toward them, and it was this scruffy man with some blue overalls. He almost reminded me of Super Mario because he had a red shirt underneath, albeit it was played. The man then takes a seat next to me. This was already awkward as he didn't even ask if he could sit here, and not that I was going to be that kind of person. But here's the deal. He really, and I put emphasis on this, really sat next to me. I'm not talking about him sitting on the other side of the bench. He was literally rubbing shoulders with me. Awkwardly, I scoot away and he looks at me as if he had done something horrible. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I just saw you and I thought you might have wanted some company. I then got the whiff of strong alcohol from his breath, which I could already smell even when he sat down just seconds prior. I told him it was fine, but I was in the process of packing up my things, as I was getting pretty uncomfortable. The man then starts to ask me if I would like to go to the bar and have a couple of drinks, but I told him I had a boyfriend, which you already know is a lie. He kept on insisting, even going as far as to offer me money. That was already too much, and by the time he pulls out his wallet, I'm beginning to make my way back to my car, albeit clenching onto my pepper spray. I eventually reached the restrooms, and I took this opportunity to see if I was being followed, but he was still at the benches, appearing to be talking to himself. I got a sense of relief as the adrenaline in me started to subside, but it soon got replaced with my bladder screaming at me. Girl, you better get in that restroom and you better take care of your business. I'd like to think my bladder is this sassy woman. All jokes aside, I knew I wouldn't be able to hold it, so I step into the restroom. Here's something to note. These restroom doors are notorious for not locking properly. A few months ago, when I brought my little brother with me to do some fishing, I had to stand by the restroom door as it wasn't closing. Sure enough, mine wouldn't lock. But no worries, I would be in and out in less than a minute. How sad. That's all it took for everything to turn into a nightmare. I finished, and then I began the process of washing my hands. But then all of a sudden, I was able to hear footsteps near the restrooms. Please don't let it be that weird guy from the bench, I say to myself, as all these creepy scenarios start to play in my head. Then all of a sudden, I can see the doorknob begin to move. I'm sorry, but it's currently occupied. The doorknob stops moving, and I think, okay, sweet. Maybe it's not the guy, and I'm being overly paranoid. Regardless, I'm holding onto my pepper spray as I begin to approach the door. I place my hand on the doorknob, and then open the door. To absolutely no one's surprise, it's the man in the overalls, and he has the creepiest grin across his face. I don't even get a single word out as he gets closer and brandishes a little pocket knife. Time went into slow motion as this next part seems to happen in pure instinct. I take a step back, then manage to unload the pepper spray. I watch the knife fall to the ground as the man stumbles forward, flailing his arms, trying to grab me. I sneak past him, and then I start running towards some fishermen I saw standing by the entrance of the lake. I'm sweating like crazy, and I'm stumbling over my words as I try to explain what had just happened. These men only spoke Spanish, but luckily the sign of distress is universal. They were able to catch on to something being wrong, and they keep me company as I called for the police. It took them about 15 minutes to send a couple of officers, and in that time the man had exited the restrooms and was walking toward one of the back entrances. Officers ended up stopping to talk to him, and about 5 minutes later, they put him into handcuffs. I gave the officers my statement along with the fishermen, and I gave them my number so they could call me back for any updates. I never did get a call back, so I'm not sure whatever happened to that man in the overalls. I haven't been back to that park since that chilling evening. Stormy nights bring out the frights. I was hanging out with my cousin a couple of weeks ago when we remembered something that happened when we were younger. I want to take this opportunity to share this story from the mid-2000s. I was about 15 years old, and my cousin Natalie was 16 years old. We were hanging out at my house playing video games and watching movies as a pretty nasty storm was passing by our area. There was a bunch of thunder and lightning, and at some point the power even went out. But as much as it is to be scared of being left in the dark, nothing comes as close to an encounter with scary people. Now, during this incident, both my mom and dad were doing some grocery shopping, but they had left before the storm had gotten as bad as it did. When it started to hail, they called us and said they were taking shelter inside the store and waiting for things to pass. After the call, 20 minutes come and go, and we just sat in the middle of my room, playing Monopoly while having the radio in the background, playing some tunes. Out of nowhere, we were interrupted when we can see car headlights shine through my curtains. My room was located right in front of the driveway, which means I'm able to see who leaves and who arrives through the window. Considering the storm had already passed, we assumed it was my parents coming back from their grocery shopping. We didn't bother to get up and open the door as they have their own key. 5 or so minutes come and go, and there's still no sound of my parents. Not even the front door that seriously needed some WD-40 was making noise, as it remained silent. Both myself and Natalie started to get curious, which is why we get up and look out the window. In the driveway was a black GMC Yukon. That might seem like a normal detail to you listeners, if it wasn't for the idea that my parents drove a light blue Honda Civic. As far as we were aware, we weren't expecting any visitors. This was the moment I called my parents, and they told me they were on their way back. It's just that they stopped to grab some pizza for us to eat together. As great as pizza might be, we had another mystery on our hands. Here's kind of a paraphrase of what was said over the phone.
Hey, Dad? Are we expecting any family over? No, honey. Why are you asking? It's because someone's parked in our driveway, but I don't see the driver.
Then Natalie and I are brought to a silent chill when we hear a loud crash from somewhere in the house.
Dad, I think someone just broke the window. I think we can hear footsteps.
My dad then tells me to lock the door and remain as quiet as we could. He was going to call the neighbor, who is a retired police officer. He then instructs me to call 911. I hang up the call as Natalie creeps over to my bedroom door and manages to lock it. In those next moments, we hear things being tossed around and footsteps scurrying along my carpet.
Hello, 911. What's your emergency? Hello? We need officers. Quick. Someone broke into our house.
I said in a whisper, trying to hold back my panic frenzy. Natalie was looking out the window and saw my neighbor Sean walking up the driveway, holding a shotgun. Natalie manages to wave him down and tells him there were footsteps coming from somewhere in the house. Now, if for whatever reason you're wondering why we just didn't crawl out the window, it's because the window was stuck. We could open it just enough to get some fresh air, but never enough to actually attempt getting out. At any rate, we tell my neighbor there's a key in the flower pot next to the door and he can make his way in that way. 15 or so seconds later, we hear my neighbor Sean shouting at the top of his lungs. Then, we hear footsteps run out of my home. Sean soon comes to our door and tells us it's safe to come outside. In that moment, we hear police sirens coming down our block. We wave the officers down, and my neighbor Sean gives them a description. Officers begin a search of the area, and no more than 5 minutes later, they find and arrest two 25-year-olds who had knives on them. They also had a couple of backpacks where they had stolen valuables. And they had stolen a bunch of my mom's jewelry, some DVDs, and even my CD player. For those wondering how the two broke in, they had thrown a brick through the back door in the kitchen, which has a window. They then managed to unlock the doorknob by reaching inside. That time I saved the cashier. This happened in the late 2000s, so I apologize if all the details aren't here. I'm going to try my best to give you my recollection. So I recall just getting out of the doctor's office. The reason for my visit was because I have always had bad allergies, which is why he prescribed me with a nasal spray. Unfortunately, I had to go to work that very same afternoon, which meant I wouldn't be able to pick up my medicine until after I clocked out, which was at 9 p.m. Fast forward to 9 p.m. and I'm making my way over to the CVS pharmacy. The parking lot was pretty empty as I pulled in, and I chose to park near the front so that I could be in and out quickly. After all, I had a goldfish named Henry I needed to feed once I got back to my apartment. Before I entered the store, I bumped into this man who was wearing a medical mask, pacing back and forth, fumbling with something in his jacket pocket. I ignored him, as he seemed to be talking to himself. Then I walk into the CVS, being greeted by the female cashier. She asks me if I needed anything, and I told her I was going to pick up some medicine. I then head to the pharmacy portion of the CVS and grabbed my nasal spray. With that in hand, I went to pick up some Cheeto Puffs and a Dr. Pepper. That way I had something to munch on while I chilled back at home with a movie. "Did you find what you were looking for?" I remember the cashier asking me as she started to scan my snacks. "Yeah, I did. Thanks. I was able to get my nasal spray, just like I told you." We make a light conversation as she compliments the keychains I had. All of a sudden, we get interrupted when that man that was wearing the medical mask walks into the store. We awkwardly look at him as he heads over to the cashier and then asks her to put all the money that's in the cash register and put it into a grocery bag. She nervously laughs, but then goes silent as we both see this creep whip out a knife. Fight or flight immediately takes over. I, with all the force I could, smack the knife out of his hand. He's taken aback as I quickly reach for the knife, and the man takes off running. I then put the knife on the counter, and I chased after this man. And to nothing short of a miracle, a police cruiser is pulling up into the parking lot. I get their attention and told the two officers that man tried to rob the CVS with a knife. Both officers chase after him, and they're able to get him handcuffed only moments later. The cashier and I were questioned, and maybe like 10 minutes later, I went home. Fast forward a few days, I went to that same CVS and saw the same cashier girl I spoke to. I asked her if she had heard anything regarding the guy in the mask, and she was told that he was arrested because he was connected with armed robberies. She also proceeded to give me her thanks. Now for the plot twist in this story. If there's one good thing that came out of this encounter, it's that the cashier, whose name is Abigail, is now my wife. No kidding. We met by chasing away an armed robber. I worked as a receptionist for a somewhat popular hotel back from 2002 to 2004. While the job at a hotel might seem like your basic customer service, it does come with its fair share of scary people. Most issues revolve around customers not getting what they wanted, or as I like to call them, the dummies who can't read the rules that are in fine print. I have two stories I wanted to share. The first one is kinda scary, but the second one really put the icing on the cake. So here's that first incident. It had been a slightly slower day than average as it was our off-season, and the recreation center was showing a marathon of movies for the guests that were staying at the hotel. The recreation hotel staff offered the guests a free sample of popcorn, which was basically this little cup. If the guests wanted more popcorn, they were able to come up to the receptionist desk, where I was, and purchase a bag of popcorn. We ended up implementing this system because a lot of popcorn went to waste, and the management wasn't too happy. Not that I could really blame them. In any case, I was sitting there looking over some documentation on my computer, when in my peripheral vision I see a man with a pretty angry expression coming up to me. I recognized the man. He had checked in just a couple of days prior with his family, and I already knew he was a troublemaker. He was one of those typical dads that if he didn't get it his way, he would go into an angry rant. "Hello, sir. Can I help you with something?" He starts to curse at me and says the hotel employee he was talking to was being very rude to him and didn't give him any more popcorn when he asked. Remember how I said people don't read the fine print? "I'm really sorry, sir, but unfortunately those are just sample-size popcorns. You're going to have to actually buy a bag of popcorn if you want more." His anger continues to rise. He tells me how the customer is always right and that if we really cared, we would give him free popcorn. "Can't you just let it slide this once? Come on, give me a free bag of popcorn already." "Absolutely not," I rebutted. I told him that if I were to give him something free, the next family would want the same thing, thus creating this never-ending loop of free popcorn, until we were all out. Boy, let me tell you, it's like something snapped in his head. He basically told me that I was going to be sorry and that he was going to come after me and my family. My manager just so happened to have walked into the front lobby when the man said this and told the man he needs to leave. Mr. Crazy Dad actually attempts to punch my manager, but my manager did something pretty cool. I didn't know it at the time, but my manager used to be in the Marines. He made an embarrassment out of this dad, as I called for security, and they escorted this guy and his family away. We never did see him again. But wait, that's not the end of my submission. Remember I told you I had another creepy story that would top this one? Here it is. It was another slow evening. It was just myself and another receptionist. The time was roughly 8:45 p.m. and we're just talking and wasting time. My coworker was going to be clocking out in 15 minutes and would soon leave me be, until it was the end of my shift. While we talked about football or something along those lines, we get a phone call.
"Hello, thank you for calling. This is Erica speaking. How may I help you?"
At first, I don't hear anything. I repeat my spiel, and then finally a man in a deep, creepy voice speaks up.
"Hey, baby. Are you alone right now? You're really smoking, you know that?"
I handed the phone to my coworker, who was male by the way, and I whispered that there was some creepy dude calling.
"Hello? Can I help you with something?"
My coworker told me that the man said some pretty nasty things to him, and then hung up the call. I told him what he said to me, and we explained it as just a prank call. It happened every once in a while. Fast forward about an hour later, I'm by myself, and I'm just sitting at my chair watching the TV that's in our front lobby. I get interrupted by another phone call.
"Hello, thank you for calling. This is Erica speaking. How may I assist you?"
What I hear on the other side of the call made the previous one feel like child's play.
"I see you're all by yourself, Erica. It would be a shame if something happened to you."
That's what I can more or less remember him saying. I hung up the phone, and then like 20 seconds later, this scruffy, disheveled, 40-something-year-old man walks into the front lobby. He had a heavy-set jacket, jeans with holes, and military boots. His beard reminded me of something you would see on one of those hunting shows. I stood there nervously as he sat down at one of the lobby tables and just stared at me. I had a suspicion he was the one who called, but I couldn't really prove it. So I went ahead and called for my manager, who was in the back office, and I explained that I was feeling uncomfortable because of a guest. Again, not trying to assume, but wanting to be safe than sorry. The man must have overheard I was planning backup because he comes up to the front counter and then starts to ask me if I could show him where the restrooms were. I was trying desperately to stall for time, but then he points to a sign that's behind me that says we aren't allowed to deny the request of a guest. Such a dumb rule, but the heck with politeness. I tell him to wait for my manager, and then he does and says something that to this day I can never forget. The dude reaches into his boot and flicks out his switchblade. Did I stutter? Show me where the restrooms are, and I promise I'll go easy on you. I already had a bad feeling that I knew what he meant when he said I was going to go easy on you. He wanted to have his way, and the restroom would be his metaphorical room. Still, no sign of my manager. I was too scared to run away because I felt he was going to catch me. Besides, he would either have to run around to the other side of the front receptionist desk to enter where I'm at, or jump and crawl over, which gave me plenty of time to dodge him if I had to. But here's something to note. Why no guests were out and about was beyond me. Normally there's at least one, but nothing this evening. Luckily, I catch a break when, just like the previous encounter I mentioned, my manager finally shows up. This creep puts the switchblade into his pocket as my manager goes up to him and asks what's the issue. Suddenly, his expression changes to one of innocent, and he tells my manager he was my uncle and that he had come to check up on me. My manager looks at me, then back at the man, and tells him he needs to leave or he was going to call the authorities. Thank goodness that was enough of a scare to get him to leave, and he never returned back to that hotel ever again. Edit. We handed security footage over to the police, but they were never able to locate the man. I quit just a few months after, and I moved out of the city back into the countryside with my mom and my dad. When you're a kid, Halloween night is like a second Christmas. You get to dress up in your favorite costume and then go out and get a bunch of candy with your friends. I'm sure your parents would always tell you, son, daughter, only a couple of candies tonight, otherwise your teeth are going to rot. We would still eat a bunch of chocolate and candy anyways, until we got stomach aches. There comes a time, however, when you outgrow these childish activities and you soon move on to adulthood. But if you're like me, then being a kid at heart is a blessing. Even though I'm currently married and I'm a mother, it doesn't stop me from celebrating these sorts of holidays. Just last year, we took our 3-year-old daughter Emily trick-or-treating. She had a grand old time being dressed up as Tinkerbell and got plenty of compliments from all the other parents, though that might seem like fun. The previous Halloween was a different story. A story in which saw me, my husband, and my daughter to be part of a real-life scary movie. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating a little, but you'll be able to make up your mind. So it's Halloween night, and the three of us are sitting on the front porch, giving candy out to the neighborhood kids and listening to music. Emily was behaving quite well for the first hour, but she started to cry when some of the older kids showed up in some more creepy costumes. My husband decided it was better to take her into her room and put on a movie. So they both head into the house, and I continued to sit on the front porch for another 45 minutes. In between the kids and family showing up, I was playing Candy Crush on my iPhone. Yes, I was, and I still am one of those Candy Crush moms. Eventually, I ran out of candy and almost considered calling it early, even though it was only 7 p.m. But because there were some really cute costumes and kiddos, I didn't want to leave them without any treats. So, before anyone else could come over, I went into the kitchen to fill up my plastic pumpkin bowl. This is when things would soon turn into an absolute nightmare. As I'm making my way back to the front door, it opens, and a man in a clown costume walks into our house, holding a pumpkin and a knife. I say he was an older man because he had wrinkles on his forehead. I was standing there in shock more than anything because no trick-or-treater is just going to walk into your house uninvited. I'm sorry, but could you wait until I get outside? I realized I was speaking to a trick-or-treater who was way above the normal age. The clown starts to walk closer, and he does something that proves to me that the knife was no plastic. He takes the knife and jams it into the side of the pumpkin. My body went cold as I booked it to our room, where my husband and daughter are watching Frozen. What's wrong? Why are you running? My husband is asking, only to be interrupted when he sees the guy standing in our doorway. My husband, bless his heart, grabs the pistol from the inside of the nightstand and tells this guy that if he gets any closer, he was history. Spoiler alert, That clown wasted no time whatsoever sprinting out of her home, where a couple of teenage trick-or-treaters were just walking up to our porch. The kids thought this was part of some sort of act, which is why I think they didn't make a big deal. Nonetheless, we called the police, but the guy was never caught. So that was the time we celebrated Halloween, only for a clown to walk into our home. I'm pretty sure, at least I would like to hope, that man has learned his lesson to never go into a home uninvited, because you never know if the homeowners might be packing heat. Back in 2013, I used to attend a math class on one of my university's satellite campuses. No, I'm not talking about the sort of satellite you find in outer space, silly. That's just what they're called. It was about an hour drive from my main campus and had to be one of the most annoying Tuesdays of my 4-year college career. I always had to leave my house extra early, usually around 5 p.m., because I would hit traffic about halfway through. Even though my class wasn't until 7 p.m., you'd be surprised. I had some instances where I would get there a few minutes late. This is mostly because of dumb drivers and accidents, but I won't get into that since it's not part of my scary story. So it was a few weeks into the semester, and I'd made friends with the students who sat beside me. It was a bit past 10 p.m. when class finished, and we were pretty hungry. We decided to head to Taco Bell to grab some late-night food before we each went home. We spent about an hour at the Taco Bell just talking about random and typical college topics. By the time we're finished, my classmates have left, and I'm the last one at the Taco Bell. I decided I would order some food for my older brother as a kind gesture. He's a security guard, and he would be clocking out of work around the same time I got home. I get him a few chalupas, and then I start to make my way to the parking lot. This Taco Bell, by the way, was located in a huge shopping center that featured a Walmart, Lowe's, Chuck E. Cheese, Panera Bread, Panda Express, and other small businesses. This meant that most of the parking lot was still pretty full, even at this hour, which meant I had a bit of a walk. Not even 10 seconds of walking in the parking lot, I hear footsteps somewhere behind me. I curiously turned around to see who it might have been, and it was some guy in a dark blue hoodie, with his hands in his pockets. I shrugged him off and I continued to walk, but for whatever reason I had this really bad feeling, and something told me I should pick up my pace. I do, and once I'm in my car, I see the guy peeking from behind a vehicle and he's just staring. I left, and I soon forgot about him. Fast forward a few days later, I'm back on my regular university's campus, and I get a text message from one of my classmates I was with on Tuesday night. He sends me a news article, and he tells me to read it. It was a report about someone being mugged in the same parking lot of Taco Bell, the one we were in. I guess the guy who did the mugging was caught, and he seemed to match the same exact description of the guy I saw. Dark blue hoodie with a red beanie. I'm not 100% sure, but it's very possible he may have tried mugging me, but maybe he changed his mind when he saw how tall and bulky I was. So, I say to all my friends out there, I tell you to please be aware of your surroundings. If you see anyone suspicious, make sure to tell someone or get their attention. Also, there's no shame in screaming and running away from a scary situation. It shouldn't come without surprise that if you're going to be doing things in the evening, you should prepare to encounter anything and everything. It is a darn shame it has to be that way, but in today's modern age, it's all too common. This was last November, way before all this current nonsense took over our daily lives. Me and a buddy of mine were riding our bicycles on a trail that's just a couple of blocks from my house. In total, it goes on for about 7.5 miles. Around the 5-mile marker, you have the opportunity to ride down a hill and take another trail that continues for 3 miles. This trail was notorious for being very lonely, and there was even once somebody was mugged while jogging. Although that was more than 7 years before this encounter, we decided to use this trail because there was a spot we wanted to go to. As this was in the evening and there was a full moon, we wanted to get the perfect photo op so we could show our friends. So, backing up really quickly, My friend Rachel and I meet up at around 8:30 p.m. and we start riding to the spot in question. The trail was dark, as expected, only being illuminated by the lights on our bicycles and the full moon. To be perfectly honest, there was just this overall atmosphere that made us feel at peace and even gave us this comfort that nothing could possibly go wrong. We eventually reach the spot, and first thing we do is run through some of the tall grass. If anyone has ever seen the movie The Good Dinosaur, you'll remember that scene when Arlo runs through the grass and all the fireflies come out. Same thing happened, and I went ahead and captured it on camera, so my friend Rachel could post it to her Instagram later. We spent about 10 minutes taking pictures and admiring the scene, when we suddenly were able to hear footsteps. We went silent and took a listen, and then we hear someone clearing their throat. We point our flashlights at some of the trees, and we can see a homeless guy peeking from behind some shrubbery. "Hello there. Good evening," Rachel said in reaction to his sudden appearance, as she hoped he was just some dude passing by. Then one person turned into two, and then into five, as more people walked out of the wilderness. They then began to surround us, and we could see they were armed. A couple of them had knives, and the others had some broken beer bottles with the sharp end being pointed in our direction. One of the men asks us what we were doing, and we told them that we were actually just leaving. In a panic, we pick up our bicycles, and we begin pedaling. But then, as if things couldn't get any worse, we can hear their footsteps approaching. The first man that we saw was literally inches from grabbing my hair and pulling me off my bicycle, but luckily, he had missed. We used the decline of the trail to gain an advantage and managed to escape from what could have possibly been some sort of ambush. We never did tell anyone about our encounter, and we haven't gone riding on that trail since that incident. By the way, there haven't been any reports of anyone bumping into a group of suspicious individuals. So maybe they've just been passing by and wanted to try their luck. Not really too sure, but it's safe to say, avoiding dark areas is common sense. When I turned 18 years old, my dad had bought me my first car. It was your typical girly vehicle, a light blue Volkswagen Beetle. I loved that thing, and I drove it anywhere I went. Whether it was work, to visit friends, or even go on mini road trips, that car and I were together like peanut butter and jelly. Such was a time when I was going to visit my parents after I moved away for college. It's about a 6-hour trip south that sees me maneuvering some pretty quiet and desolate highways. It was peaceful, and as the only thing I had to worry about was quenching my boredom with podcasts and new music, these adventures were something I always look forward to. Nothing out of the ordinary is really worth mentioning in the first few hours. The only thing I guess I could really give you is that about halfway through the drive, the sun had set, and I had stopped at a Carl's Jr. to get myself a spicy chicken sandwich with some french fries. When I was about 30 minutes from my hometown, my bladder started to tell me it was time to stop and use the restroom. I opted to take a quick break at an AM/PM that was part of a little shopping center. There was a Subway, a Baskin-Robbins, and a convenience store that sold snacks and souvenirs. I had to go in the little convenience store since, for whatever reason, this AM/PM charged 25 cents, and I didn't have any change. Now, in order to get to the restrooms, I had to walk to the back of the store where all the drinks and the alcohol are located. There were a couple of what I assumed were truck drivers standing by the beer, talking amongst themselves. When they saw me walk past them, they stopped talking and started to whisper to each other. I already knew they were talking about me because I was able to hear the word girl. At any rate, I walk into the restroom and then start to take care of my business. Here's the creepy part. Since the sink is next to the door, I'm able to hear any movement or talking that's coming from the hallway. I, for whatever reason, started to listen as I'm washing my hands, and I could hear the same voices of those truck drivers. What I hear them say was very creepy. This is what I can remember being said. It's not the exact wording, so I'm just paraphrasing. When she gets out, I'm going to grab her and lead her out the back door. You look out for any people." That's something I forgot to mention. There was a back entrance that led you to the parking lot. Hearing these whispers, I immediately went into fight or flight mode, because by the sound of things, they were trying to grab me. So I go ahead and play it smart. I proceed to walk into one of the stalls, and by raising my voice, I call for the police using my cell phone while taking out my pepper spray.
Hello? Yes, I'm at this rest stop, and there are these two guys outside the restroom who are trying to grab me. I have some pepper spray, but could you send over a couple of officers?
While the operator is talking to me, I can hear the two men curse something under their breath, and then their footsteps grow distant as I sit there waiting in the restroom. After about 20 minutes, two police officers finally show up, and then they knock at the restroom door telling me it was safe to walk outside. I have one of the officers show me their badge by pushing it under the door just to be safe, and once I have confirmation it's them, I open the door and I gave them my story. We spoke with the cashier, and he told us that he saw the two truck drivers run out of the store as if they were in some sort of hurry. In summary, I ended up leaving a few minutes after the talk with the officers, and I was able to make it back home without any other issues. I've lived in Southern California all my life, and one of the biggest reasons why I have chosen not to move is the weather. It's absolutely gorgeous, and during the spring I love to go hiking with my two German shepherds. While I've never had anything happen while I went hiking or backpacking, I did have something mildly creepy take place when I went camping with some friends a few years ago. We were camping along the beach in a private area and had spent most of the day in the water surfing and scuba diving. When we weren't in the ocean, we were relaxing under our umbrellas, usually reading, listening to music, or eating food. Toward the evening is when things really started to get a little more interesting. Another family had shown up, a mom, a dad, and two little kids, but they had stationed themselves quite a distance from where we were currently set up. The nice part was they invited us over to shoot off some fireworks they had brought with them. This was about a week before 4th of July, and thus we got an early preview, so to speak. At about midnight, we finally went into our large tent. There were 3 of us, and one by one we started to drift off to bed. I forget exactly what time it was, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of hours. I was able to hear shuffling in the sand. I had my eyes closed when I hear this noise, and at first I thought it might have been one of my friends. However, because the footsteps seemed to be circling our tent, I started to question why one of my friends would be up this late. I open my eyes, and I immediately get a chill. Both of my friends lay silently asleep. If it wasn't them, who was outside? In a state of fear, I reach into my backpack and grab the survival knife I had packed, and I firmly grasp it. The footsteps continue to circle our tent until they stop in front of the zipper. The zipper opens from both the inside and the outside, in case you're wondering. To my absolute shock, I watch as the zipper slowly starts to open. I then reach to my friends and I finally shout at the top of my lungs, hoping to scare whoever was trying to get in. My friends, bless their hearts, are startled awake when we all bear witness to a man holding a knife and having this expression that said, "Jackpot." However, it quickly changed when I pointed the survival knife at him. "I'm sorry. I thought this tent was empty," he said in a nervous wreck, and then he runs off, heading in the opposite direction of where ourselves and the family were camping. We went to wake up the family, and they told us they had no clue of anyone being out here. In the end, we packed up our things, and we left shortly after, heading to my friend's house. We aren't sure if the family stuck around, but I'm pretty sure they left too. To this day, we're very certain that had I not brought that survival knife, things may have turned out completely different. I've heard plenty of scary stories over the years, and the ones that really get to me are the ones that remain unexplained. This doesn't have to do with anything paranormal, in case you might be assuming, but it does have to do with a person. A person who one day showed up out of nowhere, and then just like that, I never saw him again. For some context, I'm a nurse, 28 years old, and I work 40 hours a week at my local hospital. There have been occasions I have had to work overtime. Those weeks are the most dreadful. I'll get back to my duplex, feed my cat, and then just fall asleep on the couch until I need to wake up and rinse and repeat. So one evening I was returning from work, and I was able to see someone looking into my neighbor's window. I live on the second story of this duplex, by the way, and at first I thought it might have been my neighbors. They are an elderly couple who had been living here for well over 20 years. I had just moved in less than a year prior myself. Anyways, when I get out of my car and start to head to the stairs, the person, who I have now identified as a man in his early 40s, sorta just looks at me before he walks across the street and into the woods. Those woods connect to a park, and then to another neighborhood. I did find this man's appearance quite suspicious, so I went ahead and called my neighbors, who were currently on vacation.
Hey, John. Were you guys expecting someone to come over? No, dear. All our family lives out of state. Why are you asking?
I give him the explanation, and he tells me to keep a lookout, as there had been a previous incident about 7 years ago, where somebody actually broke into their duplex while they were away, and that person made off with their DVD player and a laptop. I called my local police station to report the suspicious activity, and they tell me to call them again in case the man shows up. Fast forward about 3 days later, my neighbors are still on vacation. It was my day off, and I was spending it baking cookies for my little nieces and nephews that would be visiting later that evening. I was in my kitchen, which happens to be close to the front door, and I was able to hear footsteps coming up the stairs. Instinctively, I looked at the time, roughly 3 in the afternoon, and I assumed it might have been the mailman. He normally delivers at this hour. So I stood there listening to get the confirmation of the mail going into my little mailbox, but I don't hear it. A few seconds later, I can hear my doorknob violently shaking, and I start to get a bit panicky. For some more added context, my duplex just so happens to be roughly a quarter of a mile from the nearest home. We're located at the end of a quiet road, and rarely got visitors as it was. So in any case, I went ahead and grabbed one of my kitchen knives, and I quietly tiptoed toward the front door. There is a little window on the door, which is covered by a curtain. It's thin enough that I can make out any sort of silhouette. As predicted, somebody is standing out there, trying to open the door. "Excuse me, but do you have any reason to be messing with my doorknob?" I tell the person on the other end of my door. I hear no response, but I can still see the silhouette remaining perfectly still. Somehow I get the courage to peek through the curtain, and I get a shock when I see it's the same man from a few days prior, and he's got a screwdriver. The look on his face pretty much said it all. He was trying to break in. "Cops are already on the way. You need to leave." I've always heard stories where even when the protagonist says this, the person still tries their best to break in. But thank goodness it seems he has a change of heart, and he sprints down the stairs. I take this opportunity to run to my kitchen window, except this time, instead of seeing him run into the nearby woods, I'm able to see a car parked a bit further down my road. He hops into the car, drives away, and that was the last time I ever saw him. I still believe he was staking out the duplex and trying to break in while nobody was home. Whether or not he's the same man my neighbors spoke about from 7 years ago, I'm not too certain. That man was never caught either, and he didn't match the description of what I was told. This took place early last year in southern Alabama when I was babysitting my nephew. He's only 3 years old, and like any kid his age, he's off to bed by 8 p.m. This finally left me with my alone time to relax and play some video games. I just gotten into the Fallout series and was playing the 4th installment in my living room. Everything was pretty calm, apart from the heavy winds crashing against my window, when I had the strong urge to get up and use the restroom. The restroom is down the hallway on the left and is right next to the front porch. I'm only mentioning this little tad bit of information because as I sat there looking at my phone, admitted I'm not the only one who does it, I began to hear footsteps on the wooden panels. It's at this very moment I began to wonder who could have possibly been outside my home. It wasn't my parents, since they were away for the weekend helping my older sister with her move to college. It was also extremely unlikely it could have been my neighbors, since we live in a part of the South where houses are spread apart about every quarter of a mile. All of this sudden acquisition of information began to flow through my brain like I was some sort of detective, as I get up from the toilet seat and then take a look outside the restroom window. It was only for a brief second, but I was able to see a shadow of a human being pass by my peripheral vision and then head toward the front door. Moments later, I can hear the doorbell ring, followed by knocking. This sudden disturbance lasted for approximately 15 seconds, which was plenty of time for my curiosity to begin boiling. So I armed myself with an umbrella, and then started to quietly tiptoe my way toward the front door, making sure to avoid any windows which could have possibly given away my location. As far as I knew, I wasn't sure if this person was alone. "Hello? Is anyone home? I need some help. I broke my leg. Please. Someone answer," I heard, just inches away from the window. Here was when I took a step back, quite literally. I take a peek through the peephole, and I'm able to make out someone with a hoodie covering most of their facial details. I could see long brown hair and what appear to be light glasses, but that's really all since our porch light is pretty dim. I know I shouldn't have answered, but I went ahead and replied to these sudden cries for help with my own rebuttal. "Would you like me to call an ambulance? Just give me a minute. I'll call the police for you." The figure on the other end starts to grow agitated as I can see them begin shaking, which I would later realize was from a sudden sense of panic. "No, please, that's okay. Could you just let me inside so I can take a seat and call my friend?" Again, I was very close to opening that door, but all the alarm bells in my head were telling me otherwise. There was just something about the way they spoke that made their statements very skeptical. "Just wait for me there. I'm calling the police." I pulled out my cell phone and put it on speaker to see if I got a reaction out of this stranger. As soon as the operator answers, I can see this hooded individual run off the porch and then disappear into the night. So much for a broken leg. 20 minutes later, 2 police officers are dispatched to my home, and they search around the whole property. All they could find were some fresh tire tracks just a bit further down my dirt road. The officers advised me that if I see or hear any other suspicious activity, I'm to give them a call. In the meanwhile, they told me they would patrol the area for a couple of hours. No one else showed up to my home, but that's still not the end to my story. Just a week later, we'd invited some neighbors over for dinner. We were talking about random things when our neighbor Bill mentioned something. He says that around midnight, someone came knocking at his door asking for help, but unlike a broken leg, they claimed they had a broken arm. Bill, being ex-military, found this sudden disruption quite odd, so he grabs one of his pistols and makes his way over to the front living room window. This is where he described seeing somebody in a hoodie, similar to the one I saw, but in their hand, my neighbor Bill claims he saw a machete. Bill opens his window and then fires off a couple of warning shots, which would explain the echoes we heard just a few nights prior. The stranger in the hoodie makes a run for it, and then Bill called law enforcement. That stranger has never returned, and we still wonder to this day who they could have been. One thing is for sure, they most likely had bad intentions. I have absolutely no issues with strangers. You'd be surprised if that person you're sitting next to might become your best friend. I guess we all start that way. But what is it about certain people who seem to make it their mission in life to ruin this trust? I want to take us back to around 2008 when I just started my senior year of high school. I still didn't have a car, which meant I was stuck either walking home or taking the city bus. I despised using the bus due to some previous incidents I had with some creeps. That's why I stuck to my almost 40-minute walk back home. One afternoon in early October, we were having a heat wave, and by the time my last class let out, it was still over 100 degrees. Walking back home was definitely out of the question. So what were my options? I guess I could have asked my friends, but I kind of lived out of the way, and I didn't want to be a bother. There was also the option of waiting for my mom or my dad to pick me up, but this would mean I would be stuck at school until 6 p.m. And that's because they don't get out of work until 5:30 p.m. No way was I staying on a Friday. So as much as I didn't want to, I head toward the bus stop that's right across the street, and I sat there waiting in the shade. 10 minutes later, the bus arrives, and I chose to sit in the very back. Thankfully, there weren't many people on the bus, and the 20-minute drive goes by uneventfully as I sat there listening to my iPod. The creepiness would start right when I step onto the pavement. As I begin making the 5-minute walk home from this bus stop I got dropped off at, I noticed I was being followed. The suspect? A junkie that was well known in the area. He had previously been arrested in the past due to some run-ins with the law. I did my best to ignore him as I kept my eyes on the prize, my house. "Hey, excuse me, would you happen to have some change on you?" I heard him say underneath the music I had playing. I decided to take out my earphones to make sure I could hear every one of his movements, in case he tried acting up. I turned my attention toward him, and then I signaled I had no change, and then began to pick up my pace. I hear his footsteps get closer as he's keeping up with me, and I'm starting to get quite panicky. Sure, it might have been possible he was heading in my direction, but what are the chances he lives in these nicer areas? I eventually reach a stop sign, and this was when I saw a police officer going about his daily patrol. I waved him down as he got closer, and then I saw the guy following me run off in the other direction. I pretty much told the officer I was being followed, and the officer told me he would go have a word with him. I don't know what happened after that. Fast forward to that Sunday. My mom, my dad, and my brother and I were having some pizza while watching a WWE pay-per-view. Halfway through a match, my mom asked me to throw away the pizza box in the recycling bin, which is just outside her garage. I shrugged at this silly chore as I get up and go out through the back door. This was when I get the chill of a lifetime. The creep from just a couple of days ago is looking through one of my windows. He didn't see me, thankfully, which allowed me to go and get my dad. My dad, being the overprotective sailor mouth he is, cursed at this guy the next week, and my little brother and myself watched the dude run down the block. We called the police station, and the dispatch lady told us they would send some officers to do a patrol. They catch him, and one of the officers comes up to my dad and then to me, so that we can confirm they have the right guy. We tell them yes, and then give them our phone number in case they need any further information. We never saw that man again. Not sure what he was doing in our backyard, or how he found out where I lived, but I no longer live with my parents, since I'm now married, and I have 2 kids. What I enjoyed the most as senior year of high school was sports. Although I used to be the girl who stuck to studying and drawing in my free time, my friend convinced me to join an after-school activity club, and it's because of this I fell in love with tennis. I still play it today, and I have my own tennis court installed in my backyard. Anyways, I want to talk about this time I had an encounter with someone very scary. It was 2010, and me and some friends were playing tennis as the PE teacher was helping out some of the newbies. At some point, our PE teacher called us over to talk about some of the plans for the upcoming week. Once this little meeting was over, my PE teacher asks if one of us could go to the shed and grab some extra tennis balls. I went ahead and offered, not realizing that this choice was going to lead to one of the scariest moments of my life. But hey, you know what? I guess better me than another friend. I began my walk to the shed, which was located at the very end of our school's running track. That's next to the tennis courts. It's about a 3-minute walk, but far enough that if you were to scream, nobody was going to hear you. Not that I thought I'd have to. So I get to the shed, and first thing I do is reach for the light switch. Nothing. I switch it to off and then to on again, but no luck. Whatever. At least I knew which drawer to look in, and I had plenty of light coming in from the window. So I head toward the back, open said drawer, and grab 2 tubes of tennis balls. Before I get a chance to turn around and begin the approximate 3-minute walk to my fellow classmates, I hear movement from somewhere inside the shed. We're right next to a small forest, and it's very common for squirrels to come into the shed for cover. I assumed that's what I was hearing and brushed it off, but then I could hear the clear indication of a man's voice. Hello, a deep and creepy voice calls out from the darkness. I stood there as a tall and skinny homeless man appears from behind some large boxes. Hello there, mister, I responded back, trying not to give away my sudden, startled nerves. Come closer. I want to talk to you, the man expressed as he reaches for something in his pocket. I couldn't tell what it was until he walks into the light that's shining through the window. It was a pocket knife. It's now all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. He tells me to be quiet, otherwise things would end badly for me. But what do you expect? Of course I screamed. I screamed so loud that my throat was sore afterwards. I, in a fit of panic, grabbed one of the wooden baseball bats, and then in what was a change of fate, I'm the one to chase him away. The man ended up crawling underneath a fence and then disappeared into the forest. Once I could no longer see him, I ended up running over to my PE teacher and explaining there was a guy inside the shed with a knife, but that I chased him away. My PE teacher called the on-campus police officer, and then her school went into a soft lockdown. Officers ended up locating the man about 20 minutes later, where he was questioned. I actually didn't see this part because my mom had already picked me up. Over the following days, I heard rumors from around the school that he was a local homeless man who was known to be a troublemaker. That was the first time I'd ever seen him, as well as the last. This took place last month, May 2020. I was just getting out of work and I wanted to stop by one of my favorite sushi restaurants so I could pick up a salmon roll and a miso soup. So I placed the order ahead of time so I wouldn't have to worry about waiting as this restaurant is pretty popular. To my surprise, it was quiet when I got there. Only 2 other guests were waiting outside the front door as they eagerly awaited their meal. I went ahead and took a seat at one of the benches after being told my food was almost ready. I took out my phone and I started browsing my Instagram feed, looking at the silly memes and making a fool of myself, laughing at the dumbest things. Suddenly I felt the bench move, but I assumed it was one of the guests who had decided to take a seat. I take a look away from my phone and there is some guy staring at me with a creepy smile. Yes, I said creepy smile, because he wasn't wearing a mask, which already made me feel sort of uncomfortable. At any rate, he asks me for change and I gave him $1, hoping I could make someone's day, but more importantly, hoping he would leave me alone. The man begins to compliment me, albeit in a creepy manner. And then he asks me if I have a boyfriend. Typical being hit on topic points. I told him I was married and this seems to get him to back off. In that moment I hear my name being called and I go to grab my food and start walking toward the parking lot. The parking lot was pretty dark, only having a couple of street lights that were scattered far enough you could just barely make out any details of individuals. As I got closer to my vehicle, I heard somebody say, "Hey girl, wait a minute," coming from behind me. I turned my attention toward the phrase, and I can now see the man from just a couple of minutes prior walking up to me. He asks if I could give him my number, to which I have to remind him yet again of my current relationship status. He doesn't seem to care. He grows visibly upset as I walk away from him, and once I'm in my driver's seat, I see he's literally inches from my door handle. The man attempts to open my door, and then starts pounding at the window, asking me if I could reconsider. I'm freaking out because I'm in a dark parking lot, and I have this man who I don't even know trying to get into my vehicle. So I pretty much drove out of there, straight home, but not before I called the sushi restaurant. I advised them to be on the lookout for a man that I described, and the employee let out a sigh, and then said he was familiar with who I spoke of. I was told he was a local man who hung out in the area, which really left me wondering, are they okay with him going up to people and scaring them? I don't know, but I went last week with my husband, and I guess he must have gotten into trouble, since a couple of security guards were talking to him. They sure would have been useful that night, but I guess it took my call and my experience for them to realize security guards are a good idea. Just for a quick mention, this takes place in southern Oklahoma. I'm also male. My encounter is sort of weird in that I didn't even have to leave my house to be left in shock. It was a few years ago when I was home alone and I was in a Skype video call talking to one of my best friends. We were playing Minecraft and we were working on my friend's Endgame mansion, which we had been building together all that weekend. At about 15 past 9, I told my friend I was going to go and grab some popcorn and a Sprite, as I wanted something to munch on. I grabbed my cell phone, and then I walked down the hallway, heading toward the kitchen. About a minute later, my friend calls me on my cell phone. I went ahead and answered, thinking maybe a creeper had spawned and had destroyed our progress. Instead, my friend is freaking out, and he's trying to catch his breath. Here was what I remember him telling me.
Dude, you said you were home alone, right? I just saw the outline of a face in your window, with the one behind your computer.
Seeing as we are the typical teenage jokesters, I wrote off his sudden call as just that, a joke.
Relax, my dude. You're most likely just seeing things.
As soon as I said that, I hear something crashing from just outside the kitchen wall. It sounded like the trash can. Undoubtedly, I froze a little, but then I wrote off this sudden disturbance as one of the trash pandas that likes to come to our garbage and get leftover food. So, I grabbed one of my kitchen knives with my friend still on the speaker, and I look outside the window. I was able to see a trash can knocked over, and what do you know, there were a couple of raccoons. I let out a nervous laugh, then I proceeded to step outside and chase them away. Here was when I made a huge mistake. In my rush to get back to the game, I had forgotten to lock the door. Flash forward another 10 minutes. My friend was still insisting he saw someone, but I told him it was just a trick of the eye. I silenced him when I told him I found diamonds. That quickly changed the overall atmosphere. Right as I step out from the underground area, I heard footsteps. And I'm not talking about the ones in the game. Quite literally, footsteps in my hallway. I had my earphones on, by the way. They were cheap, meaning I could hear most noise. So I turned my attention toward my bedroom door. Just moments later, my body goes cold. The door opens, and standing in my doorway was a man grasping a pistol. I was holding back tears as I could feel my heartbeat begin pounding at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The man, who I would describe as in his late 20s with skater clothing, a beanie, and a mustache, stood there looking at me as if he had just seen a ghost. "Oh, I guess the house isn't empty." I could hear him mumbling in an anxious tone, almost sounding paranoid, like he wasn't all there mentally speaking. Just as quickly as he had appeared, I hear him run down the hallway. I immediately locked my door. I grabbed my survival knife I use for backpacking, and I proceed to call the cops as I hid under my bed. 5 officers showed up, but it took them nearly 30 minutes to arrive, since the address the operator lady gave them was completely wrong. The officers proceeded to do a search of the nearby fields and homes, which I haven't yet mentioned, were quite spread apart. Our nearest neighbors were a quarter of a mile away. Unfortunately, they never found the guy. It's probably because my descriptions are terrible. Needless to say, my family ended up adopting a German Shepherd, and we got a home security system. We have had no strangers show up to our home ever since that chilling evening. I was running late for a friend's birthday party, and I'd forgotten her birthday card back at my apartment. It was going to be annoying having to take a 30-minute detour on the freeway, so I went ahead and decided to pick up a card at a Hallmark store. That was pretty boring, and the only thing worth mentioning was that they were selling Girl Scout cookies, which I picked up a couple of boxes. When I returned to my car, I finally paid attention to the gas indicator. It was floating above empty. I knew I wouldn't have enough fuel to make it to my friend's house. Thus, the brilliant plan of going to the Shell gas station that was right across the street popped into my head. I drove over, pumped some gas, and before I left, I decided to grab a water, since it was hot and I was feeling underhydrated. I walked into the little store, and I was immediately greeted by the cashier. I said hello and then walked over to the aisle with all the frozen food/drinks. Standing in front of one of the refrigerator doors was a man wearing a mechanic outfit. He had grease stains on his cheeks, as well as his uniform. The man sort of just looked at me as I decided which water was cheaper, since we all know how water companies like to compete with one another. Right as I'm about to make my decision and grab the door handle, the man walks over to me and asks me if he could buy whatever I was looking for. I looked over at him, and he had a fairly innocent smile and expression. I thanked him for his kindness, but then I told him it was fine, but that I was in a bit of a rush. So I grabbed a bottle of Arrowhead and proceeded to head toward the cashier to pay. The man was following closely behind me, and he started asking me some very personal questions, borderline creepy. Now, I've heard of people trying to hit on you, but this guy wasn't taking my hints. Deciding the heck with being kind, I put my foot down, and very firmly, I say, "Whatever you're after, I'm not interested. You need to leave me alone." The man was caught off guard, and he just stood there with a look of defeat. Served him right. I returned to my vehicle and then called my friend, advising her I would be there in about 20 minutes. As I began making my way out of the gas station parking lot, I looked into my rearview mirror, and I could see the mechanic from the gas station get into a truck. He started to drive in my direction, but before he got too close, traffic cleared enough so that I was able to get across the street and head toward the light. Wouldn't you know that as I waited at the red light, he's the vehicle right behind me. Great. I looked into my rearview mirror again, and I could see he's flashing his headlights on and off, and he begins catcalling me. I got pretty angry and flipped him the bird, and then I stepped on the gas once the light turned green. This is the point where you'd think the guy would accept he got rejected, and he would move on with his day. But no, things begin to get even scarier, as he's right on my tail, and when I'm about to make a turn down a neighborhood street, he almost hits the back of my bumper. I was so freaked out that I used eerie and I called 911. The gentleman on the other end told me there were some police officers in my general vicinity, and they would drive to my current location. In the meanwhile, I was advised to continue making turns down these neighborhoods to try and buy some time. Thank goodness it only took 2 minutes for officers to get to my location, which honestly felt like an eternity. The man in the truck, seeing he's about to get caught, flies past my vehicle and runs a red light. Officers give chase, and I sat there in my seat, breathing a sigh of relief. I eventually made it to my friend's house, but not without retelling everyone what I had just gone through. I don't know whatever happened to that dude, since I'd already hung up with the operator and put the experience behind me, but I'm sure he got his just desserts. I live in Southern California, and every once in a while, me and a couple of my buddies will go to the Harris Casino Resort, located in San Diego. We always go with this mentality that we're going to walk out millionaires, only to cry, knowing we wasted hundreds of dollars. But I guess that's the appeal, being able to escape from the stress of work and dream for a bit. Such was a trip to the casino we took in the summer of 2017. I had just gotten out of work, and I drove over to my friend Brian's house. He would be the designated driver. Once I met up with Brian, we drove over to our friend Phil's house. We then begin the approximate 2-hour drive to the casino. The first hour and a half is pretty basic. You're driving down your typical Southern Californian freeway. The last 30 to 45 minutes as you're driving in the mountain/desert. There are a lot of twists and turns, and if you're somebody who gets dizzy pretty easily, it's most likely not going to be your cup of tea. Now, before we actually got to the casino, there was something we wanted to check off our bucket list. We like to consider ourselves thrill seekers, and we came up with the idea of parking at this side of the road and checking out these abandoned homes/buildings. If you've ever driven to this casino, I'm 100% sure you've passed by them. In any case, it takes us a little bit longer than usual to get there, but at last we can see the buildings coming up. Brian puts on his hazards, and then proceeds to drive off a little bit of the road that we were currently on before parking. The sun was setting, which created this perfect photo/video opportunity as my friends and I begin approaching the buildings. Each of these 5 little buildings had a letter and a number spray painted on one of their outside walls. We still aren't quite sure what they indicated, but it could be that it had to do with the lot number. Brian grabs the camera and begins recording, as Phil and I act as these so-called urban explorer hosts. We talk about how we stumbled upon these abandoned buildings and how we wanted to show the audience at home our findings. We start heading into the first building, and there's a bunch of graffiti on the walls. There were food wrappers, water bottles, and even some used syringes. We had to be very careful where we stepped because one wrong move and we're tripping, and then poking ourselves with a needle. We definitely didn't want that. Once we've gotten enough footage, it was now time to head to the second building. Here's when things took a turn for the worst. As soon as we entered the second building, we ended up hearing movement at one of the back corners. Brian shined the light of the camera toward the direction, and we see two people, males, crouched in the corner, glass pipes and spoons in hand. We apologized, and then for whatever reason, Brian asks the two what they were doing out here. One of them tells us to leave, and then reaches for something in the corner. We see he's got a knife, and that was what sent us packing. Strangely enough, the two didn't follow us all the way. They just stood watching from the broken down doorway of the second building, and watched us until we left. We ended up making it to the casino about 30 minutes later, and we put the creepy experience behind our minds, as we actually ended up coming out positive. I still have the footage we filmed, but it's pretty cringe hearing our acting. The footage does show the two men we encountered, which I guess is kind of interesting. Let me know if any one of you want to see it. I guess I could post it to my Instagram sometime. This was in the mid-2000s when I was on a road trip heading from New York to Colorado to visit my cousin Natalie, who was getting married. To keep me company, I had my 2-year-old dachshund Oscar, who for most of the trip slept on the passenger seat. He was one of the greatest dogs I ever had, and I still thank him for his sense of danger. Now, I don't remember the exact state, but I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, with the nearest town being at least an hour and a half away from me. It was approaching midnight, and even with all the coffee I'd drank, I was beginning to get heavy eyes. I tried looking for a motel, but the closest thing I could find was a rest area. So I went ahead and stopped there because I needed to use the restroom anyways. Now, this rest area, from what I can recall, was pretty shady. There were only 2 little light bulbs at the top of each restroom, which made the entirety of this property blanketed in darkness. At least I didn't see any vehicles, which made me feel a little more comfortable. So I went ahead and parked next to the restrooms, and then I grabbed Oscar as we began making our way to the restroom. However, before I could get into the building, Oscar began growling. I can see his hair standing up, and he's making that whining noise which he does anytime there might be a wild animal. I take this as a clear indication there may be something in the restrooms. Thus, I decided to take care of my business next to a tree. Whatever. I'm a dude and I just needed to pee, so it wasn't really a big deal. Once I'm done, we start walking back to the car, but here's when things got pretty creepy. There was a large figure trying to open my driver's side door. Oscar began barking, which grabbed the attention of this figure. The person turns around and then begins approaching me. I was now able to make out more details. It's a guy with a large beard and a baseball cap, but that's the least of my concern. Dude seriously had a hatchet. Now, do I have to remind you I'm in the middle of nowhere and it's approaching midnight? Hand over your wallet and any other valuables you have on you, I can hear him say in his deep, creepy, monotone voice. Little did this guy know, and all of you listening, I had a surprise. I had a license to conceal carry, and I was packing a .38 Special. Sure, it's not the strongest revolver in the world, but hey, at least it would protect me. I take that bad boy out, and this man suddenly stops in his tracks. He starts to nervously laugh and says he was just playing a prank and didn't actually mean to rob me. An obvious lie. I kept my eyes on him, telling him not to make any sort of movement, as Oscar and I get into my car. Let's just say, that scare was enough to wake me up, and I ended up driving to the next town over, and I got a motel room. To this day, I don't even know what I would have done had it not been for Oscar. This is the very first time I've shared a scary story with someone, and I hope you'll enjoy. So let me take you back to a few months prior, when I was at home. For context, I currently live with my brother and a friend of his, but when this happened, my brother was at work. I was on the phone talking to a good friend of mine, when out of nowhere, our conversation is interrupted by a knock at the door. I actually went to answer, and to my surprise, there was a plumber, if you really wanted to call him that. What I mean is that this man claimed to be from a plumber company that I've known for years. This already raised some alarms. Normally, when we needed a plumber to fix something, whether it be the toilet or the pipes, we are the ones to call them. We will schedule a date and a time, and thus one of their employees will come and do the job. No such call or date was scheduled. Another note. The plumber will already know the names of the people who called and will knock and ask for them in particular. If someone else answers, they would ask that person for the original caller. Then they will come in and fix the issue. I hope that makes sense. This guy was giving me all the wrong energy as he just stood there staring at me for about 30 seconds. I asked him, sorry, but why exactly are you here? He continued to look at me as this awkward stare down continues. I then mentioned my brother's name, and finally he speaks up. Oh, yeah, that's him. I'm here for him. I then responded with a confused tone. Okay, I guess. Are you here for the basement problem? Another quick note is that a few weeks prior, there was something wrong with the basement in my house, but it got fixed. Yeah, I'm here to fix your basement. It seemed as if this guy had no clue to what he was even saying. It's like he was waiting for me to give him details so he could continue the conversation. Also, as I mentioned before, these plumbers already know why they're there, and the name of the person who called. At any rate, I foolishly let him in, to which he then has a surprised look on his face. It's like he couldn't believe I actually invited him into my home. I should also add to my list of observations, he had no tools. As he's making his way in, I call for my brother's friend, who happened to be in his room playing some video games. He walks down the steps with a look of confusion, before saying something along the lines of, I don't remember a plumber being called here. This was when I really started to think. My brother will always notify me of anyone showing up to the house. Well, when the stranger sees my brother's friend, he freezes. He looked shocked, as if he had just committed this serious crime. I couldn't understand why the man was acting so nervous. Nevertheless, my brother's friend returns to his room and I start to lead the man toward the basement. I was still on the phone with my friend as I'm doing this, and I'm giving him a rundown of what's happening. He found it just as creepy. Not even 2 minutes later, this man walks back up from the basement as I'm on the phone, and then he does something I found weird. Instead of talking to me right away after he comes up the stairs, the man began to look at some of my valuables. This includes the Wii U, the games, and the television. This is happening for about 5 minutes while he's standing there rubbing his chin. I'm going to go ahead and send a plumber here. I just so happen to work for a special department of the company. Then, just as quickly as he had arrived, he leaves. But not before something funny happens. My friend, who was on the phone, says something pretty embarrassing out loud. I had set the phone to speaker mode. I began to laugh, and I assumed the man got upset as he walked out with a very serious face. By the way, he never sent a plumber, and I've never seen that man again. It's still one of the creepiest encounters I've ever had, and I can already tell you as I look back, this man was no plumber. Here's a pretty crazy story for you all. I was with my mom and my son, and we had stopped at a gas station to fill up my car. Once we exit the little store, this man in a Dodge Charger approaches us and tries to pick a fight. He even went up to my son and my mom and started saying some pretty nasty things, and of course trying to scare my son. I told him to back off, and he sort of just stands there, as if he's thinking about it. I wasn't waiting for a reply, since we got out of there and continued with our day, heading to a drive-in movie theater. After we watched a couple of movies, we were on our way home, and my mom asks if we could make a quick stop, so she could have a smoke. I said sure, why not, and we take the next exit, as we were on the highway and we soon park. I'm in the passenger seat, by the way, and I'm talking to my son about the first movie. I kid you not. Of all the people in the world, that crazy man from the gas station shows up, and then he walks over to our window. The man then attempts, I say attempt because he failed miserably, to mug me. "Do you want me to get out of the car?" I replied to him with adrenaline rushing through my veins. Here's when things got even more bizarre. Once I step foot onto the dirt, this man suddenly takes off and runs into a nearby lake. He then starts screaming about all this crazy stuff that was pretty weird and creepy. What I hadn't realized is there was one of those forest cops who was watching for bears. We ended up getting his attention, and he eventually is able to get the situation under control without anyone getting hurt. We ended up finding out that the man was a bit out there, and I learned this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Next time, I think I'm avoiding gas stations in British Columbia. I didn't title my story the way I did unless I was truly confident things were taken to the extreme. I'm thankful that if I didn't have the self-defense capabilities that were presented to me this evening, I may not have come out the same. That's a truly scary thought. To provide you with some background, I had broken up with an ex-boyfriend, who we're going to call Kevin. This was due to his over-obsessed nature of being overly protective and jealous. I was the one who had called the relationship off due to the advice of some of my roommates. The breakup was pretty harsh, and he demanded that I return by his side or there would be consequences. Those consequences failed to materialize after I told him I would contact my uncle, who is a police chief. Kevin's messages and insistence went silent for months, and my life began to return to normal. I could finally go out with my friends and not feel like I was being controlled. Co-workers and customers at the coffee shop I work at began to notice I was finally giving off positive energy, and I wouldn't look so mopey and sad. All of this said, there was one evening when all things changed. Now, just to quickly provide you with some information, I'd moved into a townhouse with a couple of roommates just a few weeks after the breakup with Kevin. I was staying at my parents' house as I got my situation together, but once all was settled, I finally had my very own room. I have two other roommates, Steven and Violet, who were just like me. Very outgoing and some of the sweetest people you'll ever meet. Even today, both go out of their way to check up on me, something I wish more people would do. Anyways, fast forward to one evening in late 2019. I was on the closing shift with two other co-workers. We ended up clocking out close to midnight, and we decided to head to McDonald's, which was just across the street from the coffee shop, to get a late-night meal. I picked up the 10-piece chicken nuggets with some french fries. Meanwhile, my two other co-workers got some hamburgers. Roughly 30 minutes later, we say our goodbyes and we each begin to drive back home. I had about a 20-minute drive back to the house, which I already knew I would have one less occupant. Violet was away for the weekend, hanging out with her boyfriend's family. This left me with only my roommate Steven, which is important, who had gone to sleep early. He's a security guard and would need to be up by 4 a.m. to get to work, so I needed to make sure I didn't wake him up, since he's a pretty light sleeper. I get home without any sort of interruption, and I made sure to quietly close the front door as I make my way toward the restroom. This is when I first noticed something. I had the door slightly open as I'm removing my makeup, and I happened to see a shadow pass by the doorway in the reflection. It was only for a brief moment, but I was positive it was Steven, getting up to perhaps get a drink from the kitchen. I called out Steven's name, but I didn't hear anything back, so I made the assumption he just didn't hear me. Once I was done removing my makeup, I went to my room so that I could get my pajamas and an extra set of undergarments. Right as I'm about to exit my room, I hear movement coming from the closet. This sudden disruption spooked me, but after staring at the closet for a solid 10 seconds, I realized I was hearing things, and I continued to shower. 15 minutes later, I'm back in my room, and I'm laying in bed browsing Instagram and Facebook while listening to music. I finally go to sleep by 2 a.m., but only to be awoken 20 minutes later. I can hear the distinct sound of boxes tumbling over in the closet. I perked up and grabbed the knife from my nightstand drawer. and then began calling Steven's name, thinking he had gone in there to grab something, which, looking back, there would be no reason for him to do so. So I ended up crawling out of bed, and then I demanded whoever was in the closet to come out. The closet door slowly opens, and when I see who's in there, I almost passed out from the sudden adrenaline rush. It was my ex, and he's got a box cutter. He shushes me quiet and begins to approach me, disregarding the knife I was grasping, but I'm already booking it towards Steven's room. Which I must say, I'm thankful for Steven being a light sleeper, because he meets me halfway down the hallway, and I advise him my ex is in my room with a box cutter. I don't even think he wanted to question the authenticity of my sudden outburst. I give him the knife, and he runs over to my room. Now, I didn't actually witness this next part, as I was already on the phone with 911 in the kitchen, but Steven told me he sees my ex outside my window, and he's booking it across the street into a neighbor's backyard. Steven calls the neighbors and advises them of a home intruder jumping into their backyard. By the time police got to our home, the entire neighborhood was awoken. Talk about a huge scene. Steven and I gave the officers all the information they requested, and later that same morning, they find my ex back at his parents' house. Officers questioned him, and he admitted he had been stalking me for months and had indeed broken into my home that evening by opening the window. Thanks in part to my uncle, I got a restraining order, and I'm happy to say he never bothered me again. So that's my scary story I had, where my ex-boyfriend broke into my home and waited for me to fall asleep while waiting in the closet, so he could do whatever it is he had in mind. A quick edit. Just half an hour before it arrived, Steven claimed he heard a window opening somewhere in the house. As it had been slightly warmer that evening, Steven says he thought I had gotten home earlier and opened the window myself. That's why he never bothered to get up and check. I'm just so thankful my ex didn't try doing something to my roommate Steven, who was asleep. I want to discuss and share a true creepy story that happened to me back in my day. This was sometime in the late 1980s when I was going to the boys' club. It's called the Boys and Girls Club today. But yeah, just a quick little fun fact. The club was where I would go after school since my parents worked until late in the evening, and I wasn't really a huge fan of being home alone in the first place. I would usually stay until 7 p.m., where my dad would pick me up once he was off of work. It's about a 5-minute drive back home, or 20 minutes by walk. As I grew older, I started to get more confidence, and my parents even allowed me to walk home, as long as I promised I was with friends. This was during a time when parents were a little more relaxed when it came to being out late in the streets. After all, we lived in a pretty relatively safe Southern Californian community that never saw any crime. I think the worst thing I heard of before this creepy event happened were some older teenagers who stole chocolate and candy from a liquor store. Not exactly what I would call extreme, but it gives you a general idea of how quiet things were. Eventually, I picked up a part-time job working at the boys' club. I started staying there even later. One day I'd gotten out close to 9 p.m., and I didn't want to bother my parents with picking me up, since they had to be up really early. So after I finished working, I got onto my bicycle and began making my way back home. I had different options. I could take the streets, which was the fastest way home, or I could take a detour. Right next to the boys' club was a huge park, and in the middle there were some hills that teenagers like myself liked to use to practice tricks on our bicycles and our skateboards. I needed to blow off some steam from work anyway, so I decided to head there first before going home. About 10 minutes of going up and down these hills, I ended up falling, and the bicycle chains came loose. Quite the annoying situation, but what could I do? I walked my bicycle over to some benches, and I fixed it within a minute. Now, I figured it was the perfect time to head home, but before I did, I decided I would use the restroom. I left my bicycle next to a bench, and then walked over to the nearby restrooms. It looked empty, and I made sure to check each stall, because there was once I sat down, and there was a huge spider crawling next to the seat. I hope I didn't give you the chills. Continuing. I do my business, and then I get up to wash my hands. This is when things took a turn for the downright creepy. With the sound of the faucet muffling any sort of sounds around me, I'm startled for a brief second when I heard footsteps. I take a look to my right while grabbing some paper towels, and I can see there's a man staring at me. I don't remember all the details, but I do recall his clothing being pretty torn up. I remember letting out a nervous hello as I begin the process of exiting the restroom. The man is standing next to my only exit, however, thus it was a bit awkward as I passed him. I won't ever forget this next part. The man backs up, gets in my way, and then asks me if I'd like to go to his van where he had some extra chocolate and candy. Seriously, the oldest trick in the book. I told him I wasn't interested, and I continued toward my bicycle. What I can recall happening next was seeing the man make his way toward me ever so maniacally. He now had a little blade in his hand, and I could see he's got this creepy smirk across his face that says, "I'm going to get you." This was my indication to get on my bicycle and pedal as fast as I could before things went south. Things got scary as I heard him run after me for about 10 seconds, and all I could think about was, why me? Thank goodness I outpaced him, and when I looked back into the field for a brief second, he's running towards some bushes. I sighed a breath of relief, but then I thought he might try to jump me and attempt to come out from somewhere else. That never happened. I made it home without any sort of problems, and first thing I do is wake up my mom and dad. They didn't believe me. Fast forward a couple of days later, and somebody was actually mugged in that same park. Our entire community was even put on watch, but luckily the person responsible was found and arrested just a week later. I was surprised to learn the man responsible was the same man who I stumbled into that chilling evening, the one with the blade. Anyways, that's pretty much all there was to my creepy story. Nothing remotely close to that happened in my community again, and I eventually moved away for college. I'm now married and have 3 kids, and I like to tell this story anytime we have family get-togethers. This happened 2 winters ago, and I still get freaked out anytime I hear a noise in my home. I'm a single homeowner who lives in rural Arkansas, a few miles away from a trailer park. I never encounter anyone from that trailer park, and anytime I do see people, it's when I drive 40 minutes into town to go to work. I chose this lifestyle since I've always been the sort of person who enjoys being on their own. But as much as I like to spend the next few minutes telling you about my life, this isn't the time or place. It all began one evening when I was arriving home from a work party. It was raining pretty strongly, and my eyes were as heavy as a couple of dumbbells as I pulled up into my driveway. Rain hit my windshield as I wiped my eyes out of exhaustion and let out a sigh of relief, knowing I was just minutes away from falling asleep on my new Tempur-Pedic bed. The automatic light I have installed in the driveway shined on ever so brightly as I was able to catch the glimpse of some of the tumbleweeds that had parked their rear ends in my rose bushes. But this wasn't the only thing I witnessed. It was only for a brief moment, but I saw my hazel-colored curtains from the second story dance and move with what appeared to be like a face staring at me. I rubbed my eyes yet again, and then looked back in the same spot, but I don't see any faces. The curtains were now returning to their original formation. Now, although I do have a central heating and cooling system installed in my home, I always make sure to turn it off when I leave my house. Since I couldn't really explain what I had seen, I try to gain my composure by reminding myself it's late and I'm most likely seeing things. So I open my driver's door, and I'm immediately hit with a blast of cold and wet air. I hadn't brought an umbrella with me, which meant I had to book it toward the front porch, which would be my only cover. My dress pants as well as my nice shoes were ruined, muddy from stepping in the rain puddles, but that didn't matter to me in the moment. As I fiddled around for my keys, something at the back of my mind was telling me that what I saw in the window wasn't my imagination. I began playing with the idea there might have actually been someone who broke into my home. That's why, as much as I didn't want to, I head into my shed to grab my machete. I return to the front porch a minute later, and I'm almost unrecognizable. Thanks again to Mother Nature. Anyways, I open my front door, and first thing I do is make my presence known. Hello? Is anyone in here? Yes, very cliche, but I didn't know what else to say. I don't get any sort of response. So I now proceed to check every single room on the first story and the second story. Everything looks to be in order and nothing is raising any alarms of a possible intrusion. With this news, my adrenaline began to settle and my heart returned to its normal beating operations. Finally, I changed out of my clothes and hopped into the shower, and I finally got to bed. Fast forward to 4 in the morning. I had the strong urge to use the restroom, and this is when my encounter with someone was going to change my idea of being home alone. My room is on the 2nd story, and in order to get to the restroom, I needed to head down to the 1st story and down a flight of stairs. There is another small hallway beside the stairs. If you go to the left, you reach the kitchen. If you continue to the right, you'll reach the restroom. So anyways, I'm sitting on the toilet when I began to hear movement coming from the 2nd story. And I'm not talking about movement or noise caused by your home adjusting to the temperature. Do you guys know what I mean when I say that? If not, just a quick science lesson. Homes and infrastructures fluctuate with temperature. This is very evident when it's really cold or really warm. The wood in the walls will make a sort of crack sound. It's very distinct, and I know you've most likely heard it once in your life. So this noise or movement turned into shuffling of footsteps, and then to what sounds like drawers being opened. I shouldn't have to remind you I live on my own. I'm so far away from any people, I'm practically off the grid. The panic and fear from hours before began to trickle its way back into my system. I had no way of contacting anyone for help, since my cell phone is in my room, and the only thing that might protect me is the double-barrel shotgun I keep under my bed. My genuine concern was that if whoever broke in grabbed it, I would be in trouble. I guess I could have just run out of my house and got into the car, but how was I to know somebody else wasn't in my home? These possible scenarios quickly evaporated as fear turned into anger. Was I really going to let some possible intruder scare me? This is my home after all. I decided that if I was going to be robbed, it wasn't going to be without a fight. First thing I do is very quietly open the restroom door. I peek my head out into the hallway and do a couple of scans. No people, no footsteps, just sounds from the 2nd story. With the coast clear, I crawl my way to the kitchen and grab a knife. Then I start making my way toward the staircase. I don't even get a chance to get up there, since I see a large figure walking and then entering a guest bedroom. This should have been my key to leaving, but anger is still fueling my emotions. I make my way up the stairs and then I jump into my room, where thankfully the shotgun is still laying in its case and the machete laid untouched next to my nightstand. I load that bad boy up and then I head toward the guest bedroom. Here is when I found my unexpected guest. A man in tattered clothing, who looked like he had seen his better days, is looking through some of my drawers. "What are you doing in my home?" The man let out a sudden gasp, as his attention was now focused toward this angry and flustered homeowner. Hint, that's me. The man began to make excuses, saying he thought this was his house, and that he didn't mean anything by his visit. I almost wrote him off as possibly some drunk dude from the trailer park, and he could have very well have been. But it's what I see inches away from his hands that turned this home invasion into one of pure madness. There is a pistol. I make my instructions very clear. Do as I say, or you're going to be blasted into bit-sized pieces. I tell him to put his hands up and slowly step away from the weapon. Even if he was going to try and take me out, I don't think he would have had enough reaction time. I tell him to get the heck out of my house, and he does just that, leaving the pistol behind on the wooden floor. I saw him run into the field, and he soon disappeared, being masked by the darkness and the tall grass. Almost like clockwork, the adrenaline rush began to settle, and that sudden fear that was consumed by the anger had returned. In those moments, I went to double-check the locks on my doors and windows, and this is when I got the shock of a lifetime. One of the windows in the kitchen wasn't locked. The window was closed, don't get me wrong, but again, not locked. This was how he got in. Now I know what you might be thinking. Shouldn't there have been muddy footprints? Yes, you're right, but what I think happened was he had shown up to my home hours before it rained. That made sense, since when I saw him, his clothes were dry. Nevertheless, I called some police officers who showed up to my home an hour later. They took the pistol, and I stayed up until I eventually fell asleep on the couch, shotgun beside me. This submission is getting pretty long, wouldn't you say? I'll go ahead and wrap it up by saying, the man who broke into my home was caught, thanks in part to the serial number on the pistol being tracked to a man who, to no one's surprise, was the guy who broke in. Turned out he lives in the trailer park I mentioned at the beginning, and it seemed he was a troubled individual with a criminal background, including armed robbery and time in jail. He's currently serving time behind bars, which does make me grateful for justice being served. I've since changed all the locks on my doors, and a good friend of mine is going to install these really nice metal bars across my windows. Sorry that my story isn't going to be like a novel and be super descriptive or long. Since this happened a long time ago, many of the details are fuzzy, but I'm going to try to the best of my ability to include as much information as I can. I was on a road trip heading to visit my uncle in Las Vegas from Pennsylvania, and I made a stop in Kansas. The town I took a break at, I can't remember the name since this was in the late 80s, had a motel that seemed cheap but affordable. I ended up leaving that motel a few hours later because the people in the room beside me were fighting and making a huge ruckus. I do recall being given a refund and an apology, to which I just said whatever and drove to a rest area. It was empty, and it looked like a perfect spot to catch some Z's. That wasn't the only thing I caught. I also caught a bad case of the creeps. As I was dreaming about food or whatever it was my young self dreamed of, I was snapped wide awake when I hear scratching against my Volkswagen Type 2's doors. I had some makeshift curtains I take on and off, so I couldn't actually see what, or I guess better yet, who was causing this disturbance. I get the courage to peek through my curtains, and I see this dude without a t-shirt, and he's trying to open my door. I should let you know this was in late October. It was easily in the mid-50s outside. The dude had to be freezing. I opened my window ever so slightly and asked him what the big deal was. He looked at me with glazed eyes, and then asks if I could let him in. I would've, if I didn't see the dude had a knife in his hand. Now, I guess I could have told him to drop the knife, and maybe then I would have considered letting him in to spend the night in my vehicle, but I'm no jokester, and I'm no dummy. I tell the guy to get lost, and he grows upset. He uses the handle end of the blade and starts hitting my windows. Forget the cracks that formed. I was more concerned if this guy wasn't all there, and he managed to get in, I would be in a lot of trouble. All I had to defend myself with is a boogie board I was going to use when my uncle and I went to California. I didn't even wait for him to break in. I just crawled over to the driver's seat and drive out of that parking lot, leaving the guy behind in the dust. I drove for about half an hour until I reached the next town, and I assessed the damage. There were scratches on my doors and cracks on the windows. I was angry, but thankful at the same time he didn't manage to get in as I slept. Thank goodness that even today I'm a light sleeper, and I wake up to almost anything. To this day, my girlfriend refuses to go camping, and part of me is very understanding. After all, I was with her on the night this happened, and yes, it was scary. It was 3 years ago, and we were celebrating our 5-year anniversary. My girlfriend had just recently moved in with me after I saved up enough money to buy my very own home. We live in beautiful northern Montana in a very safe and quiet community. Our home has this huge backyard, and if you back up enough, there are some woods that you can eventually follow up to a mountain range. It's very beautiful up there, and I used to take my little cousins backpacking to see the sunset. I hadn't gone in recent years due to constant back pain from my Monday to Friday job. Those woods are going to play a part to this story, but I'll go ahead and wait till a little bit later. For now, here's the setup. On the afternoon of our anniversary, I took my girlfriend Sarah to an Olive Garden for lunch, and even bought her these really nice pair of earrings that she showed me at the mall. Those earrings glistened and shined with the sunlight and really brought out the beauty that were her eyes. A bright crisp ocean blue that I could get lost staring at for hours. Sorry, I'm getting too off track. We were in the middle of our meal, and I asked my girlfriend Sarah if there was anything else she wanted to do. We were both off from work for the next 3 days, and I thought about just staying at home and watching movies. But as fun as that is, it's also boring. There's only so much as sitting on the couch and movies you could watch. That's why I asked her if she wanted to go camping in the woods that are behind her house. She sort of scoffed it off, but she later changed her mind during dessert. It was settled. That very afternoon, when we returned home, I went into the garage and pulled out a bunch of camping supplies. A makeshift tent we could roll up and carry, a couple of backpacks, a little portable stove for cooking, etc. I had all these tools since I'd always gone camping with my family when I was younger, and I left everything in my garage, as my parents' garage was too packed with other junk. At around 5:30 p.m., I made a quick stop to the local Walmart to pick up some snacks. I picked up a pack of hot dogs, Hershey's chocolate, marshmallows, and graham crackers, and some drinks. By 8 p.m., we got everything into our bags and we walked roughly a quarter of a mile into the woods, where we settled next to some trees that formed a sort of ring. We spent the next 20 minutes setting the tent, as I let Sarah do most of the work. Hey, don't get mad at me, she's the one who wanted me to teach her. Anyways, once we're settled, I prepare us a quick campfire and we get to roasting some of the hot dogs I purchased. My girlfriend made her very first s'mores that evening, and she loved them. At about 9 p.m., we're chilling next to our tent, having a couple of beers, when out of the blue, we started to hear movement and branches being stepped on. My girlfriend got spooked and asked me if it was possible it might have been a wild animal. Anyone who lives in Montana knows the wilderness is full of many arrays of wildlife. It's pretty common to find deers, bears, mountain lions, rabbits, all of that. It's the very reason I brought with me a hunting rifle and a pistol for self-defense. I grabbed my rifle and we waited for about 20 seconds, and then a man steps out from behind the tall trees. He wore a backpack and was in your typical camping outfit. He was around 6'5", 270 pounds. Had a scar on his right cheek, a short beard, and a red beanie. This was the first time I'd ever seen him in my life. The man apologizes for scaring Sarah and I, and says he was just backpacking in the area and happened to see our campfire. He asks if he could take a seat and a quick break by the fire, and we said sure. He doesn't say much other than he had been camping for a couple of days and was returning to his vehicle so he could head home. My girlfriend was the one who did most of the talking, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, he gets up and leaves and things return to normal. A little bit later, as in 3 a.m., Sarah and I are fast asleep in the tent. I woke up because nature was calling, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to hold it in. Any of you out there twist, turn, and squeeze so that you don't have to get up and pee? Guess it's not just me. Hey, that rhymes. Anyways, I crawl out of my sleeping bag, and then I proceed to grab my hunting rifle. You know, just in case I'm in the process of my little Johnny letting loose, and then a bear sneaks up on me. I chose some nearby trees and then attempt to do my business. Nothing, and it may have been due to it being so cold. I stood there for about 30 seconds, until finally my body said, "Okay, that's enough messing with you." You might be thinking, why am I going into such great detail regarding such a normal human routine? That's because it's at this very moment when things got scary. As I had my back turned toward the tent, I had no visual on my girlfriend. Suddenly, I was jolted quite literally out of my shoes when I heard my girlfriend scream. I hear a gunshot from my 9mm, and I looked toward the tent. Running at me was a man holding a large hunting knife. And here's the thing, I recognized the man. He was the same guy who came to our campfire only hours before. I yelled at him with the most angry voice I could muster up, but he's continuing to run at me. I can remember him saying he was going to slice me up into pieces. Too bad for him, I had the rifle. I brandish it, and the man stops in place. He proceeds to laugh before running in the completely opposite direction. Once he's gone, I run over to the tent and tell Sarah it's safe to step outside. She crawls out of the tent, and then she jumps into my arms and starts crying. "Sarah, what's wrong? What did he do?" She explains that when she opened her eyes, this man was inside the tent with a hunting knife, trying to grab her. Sarah, in a quick reaction, grabs the pistol and fires a shot into the side of the tent, missing the man entirely. That was the loud pop that I ended up hearing. I told Sarah she was safe, but she was visibly shaking. So we decided to call it a night, and we went back to our house. leaving the tent and most of the supplies in the woods. We did report the incident, but to this day, that man is still out there. As for my girlfriend, she's gotten way better, but anytime she looks into the backyard and toward the woods, she'll sometimes get panic attacks thinking the man might be there, watching from the tree line. Edit. We're in the process of moving to another city, in part due to my girlfriend, and also because it's closer to my work. What do a couple of bored college students decide to do on a mundane and quiet afternoon? Explore places they shouldn't. Duh. Side note, please don't do what we did. You're just asking for trouble. I'm simply writing this story so that people can take it as a learning lesson. This was around summertime in the mid-2000s, when a childhood friend I went to elementary school with was visiting me for a week. We're going to call him Daniel. Daniel stayed with me at my parents' house, and we mostly played video games and went skateboarding at night. I loved that our tradition stayed intact, even years later in college. That week, every night, we went to the local 7-Eleven to pick up some slushies and Cheetos. After, we would ride our skateboards to the beach and just listen to the waves and watch the sky. A couple of nights before Daniel left, we decided to do something a little bit different. We still went to the 7-Eleven, but before we went, Daniel wanted to go to a trail that we used to run on when we were kids. I knew exactly which one he spoke of. I hadn't been there up to this point in the story for a number of years, mainly because the dog I had passed on, and I no longer had a walking buddy. So, after spending some time at the arcade, we go back to my house and change. We then make the 10-minute drive to the trail, and soon begin our walk. I remember the trail being relatively quiet. Only a few people were running and a couple of others were on bicycles. About 1.5 miles of walking, there is a bridge that connects to the second part of the trail. On its side is a small hill, and down at the bottom are some abandoned train tracks. If you follow the tracks for long enough, you'll reach another trail. It's not really recommended for people to go down there because there have been a couple of incidents of people being mugged in the past. They might have had to do with how lonely that part of the wilderness gets. Daniel wanted to go down to this trail and see what we could find. We never actually went down there before, mainly because our parents didn't let us. But since we're older and apparently that much more wiser, we go and do some exploring and check out the train tracks. Right away, things felt off. Something I still find difficulty describing in words. It's like you can't shake off this feeling that somebody's watching you and waiting to jump out and get you. I know that sounds over-dramatic, but it's the best description I can give of the emotions. Daniel and I walked for about 5 minutes, and we're just about to turn back to head home after seeing how boring this part of the trail was. But then we saw a sign that said, "Do not trespass," attached to some chains and trees at our rear. I looked at Daniel, and Daniel looked at me, and we unanimously agreed, let's see what's past that sign. There was no fence or any sort of barrier stopping us, so we began walking in the foliage. It was only like 15 seconds of walking when we see a small building, more like a cabin, if you would. There were a couple of other "do not trespass" signs scattered on the floor next to food wrappers and water bottles. The place was a mess. Me being reckless almost pricked myself with a used needle when picking up a newspaper. As scary as that almost was, we wanted to see what was inside the cabin. Unfortunately, the front door was boarded up, but that didn't mean we didn't check the back. We were able to locate a broken out window with some glass still scattered on the windowsill. Light shined through the cracks of the roof and revealed an empty room, where there were some panels of wood, a bucket, and some tools, such as a hammer and a saw. Interesting, but not enough for our exploration. Wiping away the glass using my shirt, we each crawl into the cabin and start exploring. I guess I shouldn't really call it exploring, because we didn't even make it past the first room, the one we looked inside of. When Daniel and I reach a hallway, we managed to bump into a homeless man. "We're so sorry. We thought the place was empty," Daniel nervously expresses as we started to back away. The man's eyes widened as he reaches for me and grabs my wrist. That grasp was so strong, it actually left a bruise just minutes later. I managed to pull away by kicking his shin, but now Daniel and I are booking it to the window that we crawled through. But things are about to get scarier. Daniel makes it through the window just fine, but as I'm in the process of getting out, I ended up losing my grip and falling to the floor, scraping my arm in the process. That stung worse than a bee, I'll tell you. As I struggled to get back up and crawl through the window, I look into the doorway, and there are now 4 men, including the one we bumped into, and they're coming after me. They each had an assortment of sharp tools, such as knives and screwdrivers. I can recall sitting there frozen with fear, only to be shaken back into reality when Daniel said, "Hurry up, run." Just like Superman, I dive out of that window, and Daniel helps me get back up to my feet. We booked it back to the first no trespassing sign we saw, and then we jumped back onto the trail with the train tracks. We proceeded to run, and we never stopped to look behind us for the strangers. We never did see how far those men gave chase, but it's safe to assume they didn't make it far, since we didn't hear their footsteps after we got to the sign. When we got back to my vehicle, I grabbed my first aid kit and patched myself up with some Neosporin and some bandages. To this day, I still kick myself down for this, but we never did tell the police. I guess we were more worried we would get in trouble if we told them we entered a location that said do not trespass. The last thing us college kids needed was a hefty fine. Fast forward to modern day, April 2020. That cabin, as well as the do not trespass signs, are long gone. They are now replaced with the forest and the trees. To this day, we still don't know who those guys were, and what would have happened had things gone differently. This was in December of 2007 and takes place in Anchorage, Alaska. It was late in the afternoon, and temperatures were easily in the negatives. I was sitting comfortably in my kitchen, working on some Christmas cookies. This is a yearly tradition where I'll send goodies to my family and friends who live in the lower 48. As I have no family up here in Anchorage, I'm constantly sending and sending. However, that's not really important to my story. So I was waiting for the cookies to bake in the oven when I took a look outside my window. Don't ask me why, I just did. Everything was quiet. There was a light snow beginning to fall, and the moonlight shined against the white snow on my front lawn. Meanwhile, Here Comes Santa Claus played on my Bose speaker. I got so distracted in this that I was interrupted when a large figure walks in front of my window. I jumped back from my seat, and I fell right on my bum, barely missing the edge of the glass table behind me. If I would have fallen just a few inches more to my right, I may have very well have required stitches and a trip to the hospital. Luckily, that didn't happen. But forget that. What was with the figure? I get back up and I look outside the window, but the person I saw is long gone. I am able to see tracks in the snow, however. Now, for those who already know, nighttime in the winter up here in Alaska is far too common. That means if you're, I don't know, a postal worker, you're doing most of your work in the darkness. So, I looked over at my clock and then back at the window and began thinking what I saw had an explanation. It was most likely the mailman. After all, this was roughly the time he got here and made his delivery. But after waiting 20 seconds, 40 seconds, and then a minute, I don't hear the sound of my mail entering my home, which is done through a little hatch. I went to said hatch, and indeed, there was nothing. I began to get a bit paranoid. Since I'm all alone, there's a possibility I might be dealing with a home intruder. Just a couple of weeks before, there were a string of home burglaries, and I was thinking I might have been next. The only thing I had for defense was a cheap little revolver my grandfather passed on to me, but it would have to do. I head to my room in order to grab it, and this is when things turn downright terrifying. I hear the distinct sound of one of my doorknobs beginning to jingle. Then, it goes silent, and I'll proceed to listen to noise from my bed, only to begin hearing snow crunching just outside my room. For whatever reason, my curious self took a peek through the curtains, and I met with one of the scariest sights I'd ever seen. There is a man in a ski mask trying to open my window, and in one hand, I can see a knife. Chills began to run down my spine, and I did something that I believe may have prevented the break-in. I show him the revolver, and I point it in his direction. The would-be home burglar immediately stops what he's doing, and he starts running across the street. I proceed to call my local police station, and they ended up sending a couple of officers to search the neighborhood. What I wasn't aware of is that some concerned citizens had called the police station minutes prior to report a suspicious man who was walking around the neighborhoods and looking into vehicles. Turned out not only was there a thief trying to break into vehicles, but you had a guy with a knife trying to break into homes, the latter being my situation. I had trouble sleeping later that evening, but I soon got over it, and I continued with my holiday traditions. A couple of friends and I met up at a bar a few years ago in North Carolina to celebrate my 24th birthday. The theme of the bar is classic rock, and there are plenty of plaques signed by famous artists, and bands too. There are even guitars and pictures to go along with the displays, which already adds to the amazing ambience of music and lighting. We met up at about 8 p.m., and we began waiting for seats at the bar stools, as there were no reservations, and it was first come, first serve. About 25 minutes of waiting later, we take our seats and begin to order a couple of drinks. I'm pretty simple. I just ordered a Dos Equis. Meanwhile, my two other friends ordered mixed drinks. The bartender began to get our drinks prepared as a local band took to the stage and started their mic checks. Now, I've always loved supporting local bands, and it was actually a fun surprise to learn my friends had talked to the band before they began their set and asked them to give me a birthday shout-out and play a song of my choice. Talk about unexpected. In any case, we were sitting there with our drinks listening to music when the empty seat to my left was suddenly occupied by someone. He was a biker dude in your typical biker outfit. He was, I'd best describe, mid-40s with a shaved head and a little overweight. He had spikes at the top of his denim jacket, yet ripped jeans and tattoos covering his arms. All I said to him was hello, to which he responds by asking me if I was the birthday girl. I told him yeah, and then he says he loved to buy me a drink of my choice as a kind gesture. Everyone in my town is pretty friendly, so I agreed as my friends and I started to converse with him. Nothing really raised any alarms, apart from the couple of times he reached for my hair in my hand. Typical flirty behavior. I let out nervous laughter each time he did it, and I think he took the hint that I wasn't interested. Eventually, the guy leaves and wishes me a great rest of my night, and we soon got our order of hamburgers and french fries. While we're eating, my friends pointed out the man, saying that he kept staring at me from another table with a couple of what we assumed were his buddies. I did that awkward stretch and turned my head deal to confirm my friend's claims, and when we made eye contact, he quickly turned his attention to his menu. Now, I don't want to continue to waste your time with the rest of our dinner, as the latter half goes by uneventfully. More than anything, I just wanted to give you some context to the situation and what leads up to this scary encounter. Fast forward about an hour and a half later, my friends had picked up some Ubers and began to make their way home. I chose to walk home since I only live 15 minutes from my house, and I would have rather have saved money. Now I know what you might be thinking. Why in the world would you choose to walk by yourself at night, especially after you just drank? Why not take an Uber with your friends? Well, I like to consider myself as the tough girl. After all, I was raised with 3 older brothers, and we played pretty aggressively. I also have training in self-defense, and I carried pepper spray and a little pocket knife in my purse, so it's not like I was without my proper tools. So when I exit the downtown area, I have to walk down this hill that takes me below some train tracks. There are 3 bridges, and after you pass that section, you go back up toward the other side of the city. There are a couple of businesses, a gas station, and then a car dealership. Right after the car dealership is a neighborhood, and I'm the 3rd home closest to the main street. As soon as I reached the first couple of businesses, after successfully making my way out of the decline that were the bridges, I noticed a Hummer with its windows tinted that was driving slowly beside me. I was annoyed and quickened my pace, to which thankfully the Hummer seemed to have lost interest and left. This momentary bliss was about to come to a crashing halt when I'm waiting to cross the street at the car dealership. Just a quick note, the streets were very empty, and I saw no pedestrians or vehicles driving. Anyways, I began to hear footsteps approaching, so I looked over to see the guy from the bar is walking toward me from the dealership's parking lot where the Hummer sat idle. With him were the same two men he was talking to at the bar. I was in an awkward spot since technically I had to wait for the light to turn green in order to cross. I asked the men if they needed something, to which they responded by saying they wanted to take me for a ride around the city to celebrate my birthday. I laughed at their remark, reaching for the pepper spray in my purse and grasping it ever so tightly. The men repeat their statement, but when I say no, they begin to surround me. One by one, they each pull out knives from their pockets. Yes, no joke. They couldn't have waited until we were in a more darker area. Talk about dumb. Although I think they were a bit drunk, considering the way they spoke. My best guess was they saw the empty streets as a perfect opportunity to grab and go. At this point, I didn't care for the walking symbol to come on. The streets were empty anyways, so I make a mad dash toward my neighborhood as I see one of the men run over to their Hummer. Meanwhile, I'm being chased by the original man I met and his accomplice. Now, I knew that if I could make it into my backyard, I could wake up my two German shepherds who would tear these guys into pieces. That's not if my dad was already awake. He's a retired army veteran, and he would have easily kicked the living you-know-what out of them. Luckily, it seemed I wouldn't have to deal with the men for too much longer, because when I entered my neighborhood, I can see the men stand at the very far corner. This gave me plenty of time to get into my backyard. My German shepherds were inside the house, so I wasn't able to get them. At any rate, I peeked over my fence and saw the Hummer slowly drive down my neighborhood. It sits idle for a number of seconds, before, just like that, it speeds away. I was left not only scared, but confused. Why in the world would these three try grabbing me only to seem to give up? I didn't question it. I run inside and get my parents, and they called the authorities. Unfortunately, even with the description I gave them, including the Hummer, they never located the three. I have since decided that if I'm going to go out to the bar, I'm not going to be cheap. I'll take an Uber, even if it costs a little bit more. What does a normal game of hide-and-seek got to do with a home burglar? A lot, actually. Well, at least in my story. I was spending the night over at my friend Carly's house, and during the evening, when her parents had left to do Christmas shopping, we decided to play hide-and-seek. I know two-person hide-and-seek isn't too much fun, but when she's got this huge 2-story home with 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and a backyard that stretches for half an acre, you're in for quite the adventure. So, to start, we flipped a coin to see who would be the first seeker. And to no one's surprise, Carly won the call. She chose to hide, as that meant I was the seeker in the game. Now, our rules were that if it took more than 10 minutes for the seeker to find the one hiding was the winner. Also, we could hide outside, but you had to stick to just the front porch. After a couple of minutes, the stopwatch on my phone began to ring, and I began looking for Carly. I chose the obvious locations such as closets, underneath beds, and even some of the more obscure spots, like the bathtub and behind doors. There was no Carly. I continued searching in her home until I looked at my stopwatch and see I had 2 minutes remaining. Even today, I'm a sore loser, and Carly knows this very well, so I was determined to find her. I remembered our rule of the front porch, and I began making my way outside. It was freezing out there, and I thought that if Carly was really outside, she must have grabbed an extra sweater. I looked behind some of the outdoor furniture and behind the large furnace, but no one. I then think about checking under the patio itself, since you could technically crawl under there and hide. I checked, but still no Carly. My phone began vibrating, indicating I was out of time and Carly was the winner. Disappointed, I start texting her to come out, but then I hear footsteps walk onto the wooden porch. So, Carly had finally made her presence known. I thought as an act of sweet revenge I would sneak up and scare her, just like we used to do when we were kids. I crawl out from under the porch, peer up for just a brief second, but instead of seeing Carly, there's somebody else. I couldn't see their face since their back was turned, but there is this tall individual with all black clothing and a black beanie opening the back glass sliding door. In his hand, I see a crowbar. My immediate concern was for Carly. If she was in the home somewhere, I was just hoping she didn't step out of her hiding spot and reveal her location. I thought of the only thing I could think of: text Carly, as I was concerned she might have had the ringer on. I text her,
Carly, if you're hiding, stay where you are and don't come out. Somebody's in your house and they have a crowbar.
Carly proceeded to call me.
Ha ha, very funny. I'm not falling for that.
She replies with confidence. I managed to see her looking out from one of the upstairs windows, and I thought this was perfect. I say to Carly,
Look outside the window. I'm right here, you big dummy.
She spots me seconds later, and then goes silent when she can hear footsteps coming up the stairs. Without saying another thing, she opens the window and crawls out onto the roof. I keep a lookout for her as she climbs down on the lower half of the roof. Reunited, we call the police, who luckily showed up when the home burglar was in the process of getting into his vehicle. He surrenders, and we finally come out of our hiding spot. The officers praised us on our quick thinking and said that we were lucky we were hiding when we did. I don't know whether or not that guy had a serious criminal background, since he appeared pretty young, but it is safe to say he's not coming around anytime soon. I've been listening to scary Home Alone stories as of late, and I wanted to go ahead and share a creepy story that happened to both myself and a friend. I take you back to the early 90s, when most families still didn't have video game consoles. I was part of these sorts of families, and in a way, I'm thankful my parents never got me a console, as it allowed me to play outside and be more social. Same thing applied to my neighbor friend Julian. We would play basketball, street hockey, or sometimes go swimming in his pool. On the rare occasion we were in the mood to play video games, there was an arcade/pizza parlor about 10 minutes from our home in a shopping center. Next to that shopping center is a park that has a huge basketball court. Julian and I would go to play there, but we stopped for a while because the park was going under construction. With no way to play basketball and being sad we couldn't go to the park, my parents as well as Julian's came together to surprise us with our very own portable basketball hoop. No longer was there a need to go to the park, and no longer was there a worry about a curfew. After all, what could possibly go wrong when we're in our very own neighborhood that, since ever I was born, has always been safe? One evening in the summer, Julian and I had returned from Baskin-Robbins, and we were planning what we wanted to do. It was either going to watch a movie or go for a swim. Neither of those piqued our interest, thus we resorted to our typical choice: basketball. I went back to my house to change into my PE clothing, and Julian does the same. We then spend the next 15 minutes practicing our three-pointers and trying to do trick shots we had seen in the movies. At one point in our play session, I tried to go for a trick shot that would require me to throw the ball with quite a bit of force. I was standing at a range farther than your typical three-pointer. Not only did I miss the hoop entirely, but I guess I underestimated my strength so much that the ball bounces on my roof, and then we see it fall over my backyard fence. I haven't yet given you a proper description of my neighborhood, so I'll present you with that information, since it's sort of important. Our neighborhood sits at the top of a small hill. At the bottom are train tracks where trains will drive by every couple of hours to make their deliveries. Since this was in the evening, we knew the trains had stopped their operations. It was annoying, but with only one basketball, we sort of had no choice but to go get it. Thank goodness there's an opening in my fence that we are able to crawl through, so I grabbed a couple of flashlights from my closet and we make our way down the hill. We spot the basketball resting on a couple of bushes, and as we approach the ball, cursing at ourselves for being so foolish, I reach to grab the ball, and a hand comes out from the bushes like a scene out of a movie. It then proceeds to grab my arm. I started to freak out as a dilapidated-looking man in tattered clothing suddenly emerges out of the bushes and starts laughing. I'm trying to pull away as the man starts to hug me while laughing. That was the most awkward and weird hug I've ever experienced before. My friend told the man to let go, but I remember him cursing at my friend and telling me to remain calm. I wasn't. I used my flashlight, and then I smacked his knee with all the force I had. He buckles and shouts in pain as I manage to squirm out of his grasp and run toward Julian. The man looks at both of us before reaching into the bush and grabbing what looked to be like an empty beer bottle. He then smashes the beer bottle against a tree and then tells us we were going to pay. We didn't bother to grab the basketball. We start booking it back up the hill as this man is yelling all these obscenities. Here's the part where I'm thankful the little opening in my fence is the size it is. Because this guy was a giant, he was unable to squeeze through the fence. Meanwhile, Julian and I get into my backyard without any problems. We start screaming and yelling, and we manage to get the attention of my mom, inches before opening the back glass sliding door. We struggle to get words out, as my dad now comes to check up on what the commotion was all about. We point in the direction of where we encounter the creep, and my dad grabs a broom and goes to check things out. My dad catches the man in the process of climbing over the fence. I can remember my dad in his typical protective dad mode, telling this man that if he crawled into our backyard, he was going to be in a lot of trouble. My dad was the nicest man you'll ever know, but if you get on his bad side, oh boy, let me tell you, you're in for a beating. The guy, clearly intimidated, jumps back onto the side of the fence he originally came from, and we hear him run down the hill. My mom ended up calling the police department, and they managed to catch the guy. It just so happened he was drinking that evening, and he was hanging out near those bushes that very evening we stumbled into him. Such a shame he did what he did just because we needed to grab the basketball. But I guess if there is a learning lesson, it's that you should expect the unexpected, even in the safest of communities. In comparison to other submissions you might have heard, my story may not bring you as many emotions of fright and anxiety. That doesn't mean that to this day, it hasn't left my mind. There are some days I'll sit in my room and think of it, and it still brings me chills. Let's take you back, as this story of mine happens between October 2006 to August 2008. I was living with my parents because I was assisting with their care. I was also engaged to this guy, who we're going to go ahead and call Willie. Funny enough, we met on one of the most unluckiest days of the year, Friday the 13th. Things were actually pretty good in the first few months. We got along quite famously, and I thought he was just the greatest guy in the world. Prince Charming, if you would. I liked him so much, in fact, that just a few months later, we got engaged. Now, I can already hear most of you commenters. Are you kidding me? You haven't even been seeing each other for that long. That's way too soon to be engaged. And yes, you might be right. But I was 26 years old, and I was constantly told by his mother I was, and I quote, an old maid, and I needed to make up my mind and start thinking of settling down and having a family. I thought it was some sort of elaborate joke made up by her twisted mind in order to get her laughs. But then, I really started to get to know her. I learned that she broke Willie up with a girlfriend she wasn't too fond of, and she never even told Willie why she just disappeared one day out of the blue. When I learned this information, she told me, if you ever tell anyone what I just said, I'm going to deny the entire thing, so don't even try me. I couldn't believe it. Even through thick and thin, I tried to the best of my capability to make the relationship work. That was until I finally got fed up with his mother, trying to destroy our love. If I was ever visiting at her house where Willie was living, she would act like an angel, and she would say all these really nice things about me. But I ended up hearing her twist things when she gossiped with Willie that there were things wrong with me. You shouldn't be with that girl. She's lazy, dumb, and not worth your time. I can still remember her saying, going further to imply I didn't want us to move in with her after we tied the knot. Yeah, no joke. She wanted us to move in with her because she was of the belief that paying for rent was going to be a waste of money. I guess she was more concerned with her son buying her and her husband and nephew who she had adopted dinner every week, twice a week. I called it quits not too long after I overheard this gossip. She was able to convince Willie I would skip the holiday with my very own family, so that I could spend it with hers. I told Willie I needed some time away. My intention was to end things peacefully, but I got an email out of the blue from him. Just a side note, boys, if you're going to break up with someone, don't do it over a text message or even an email. Anything that's not in person. It's really messed up. That goes for you ladies as well. Own up to it. Meet in person. At any rate, a grand total of 13 months after we dated, and 13 months before we were set to get married, I had enough. Because again, his mother. Now, you might think that that's the end of my story, but little do you know this is just the beginning of the scary things that are to come. The breakup was as you'd expect. Messy, mainly because of the email. I wanted no part of a breakup from text, and I made up my mind that I wanted all my belongings back. It got so serious I had to get a lawyer because he had the nerve of wanting to sue me for me having his mother's ring. I didn't want the darn thing anyways, but he made it worse by being a jerk and making me feel like this was all my fault. Thanksgiving of 2007, it officially came to a close, but Willie had said it was the day that he sent the email. Willie wasn't done just yet. I woke up one morning, roughly 4 months later, and there's Willie in my room, going through my things. He had no clue I was awake, and I was horrified thinking he would attack me, so I kept quiet. I should have called the police, I know, but my heart was beating at 100 miles an hour, out of pure panic and anger. I watched him go through my belongings he had no reason to touch, since I already had returned his junk. Now I want to bring something up. It was revealed to me a few months ago by a neighbor that Willie was crazy, and he has even attacked people before out of nowhere. She told me he may have very well come after me if I got up. Thankfully, in what seemed like an eternity, but was only a few minutes, he walks out of my home, frustrated my family was fast asleep in their beds. Willie would continue to email me and try at any means to come into contact. It was made pretty evident to me he wasn't over the breakup. For months he tried to get back with me, but I wanted nothing. I've never been one of those people who can give a relationship a second chance. To me, I'm of the belief that you're just asking for trouble. It's not like a light is going to switch on in their head and they'll realize what they've done is wrong. Anyways, the emails continued, and to add on top of it, he started to show up at places I would be at. There he would be, just staring me down as if he was some sort of predator, making me feel like I did something bad. He would follow me anytime I saw him in person too, and I even caught him standing in an aisle of a store with crazy eyes. There was another instance where one of his friends was spying on me for him. I just couldn't get away from Willie, no matter how much it seemed I tried doing. But no matter the case, I wasn't going to have Willie scare me out of town. I changed my locks and finally called law enforcement, and I provided them with as much information as I could. I just found out pretty recently he had moved away, as he had caused others the same problems. It's just crazy that we were together for 13 months, broke up 13 months before our wedding vows, and I refuse to this very day to trust anything to do with the number 13. Shout out to all my friends who work in the food service industry. I think you know just as much as me, we don't really get the recognition we deserve. I'm not looking to be treated like a king or anything, but I do hope people can understand and be respectful when I say, we do what we can to provide you with the best customer service we have on offer. If for whatever reason you're unsatisfied, we always do what it takes to put a smile on your face. Now, because I still work at this establishment, I would rather not give away too many details about who I am. I'll just let you know I'm a waiter who works at an all-you-can-eat sushi restaurant, and even still work there today. This happened last year, during the peak time of 6 p.m. Our restaurant was completely packed, and myself and my 3 other waiter co-workers were running back and forth between the kitchen and the chefs, trying to get food to the customers as fast as we could. I'd already gotten yelled at by some customers because we were taking forever, but that was alleviated by giving them extra sushi. About an hour or two of this serving spree, we catch a small break right before 8 p.m. Finally, some of the tables started to clear, and I took my first break. When I returned 15 minutes later, I was in charge of serving this gentleman who was sitting by himself at one of the tables that I had just cleaned. I take his order, and for his drink, he asks for some sake. That one sake was going to turn to many, and after a while, I can see the guy is starting to get wasted. Now, we usually have no issues with these sorts of customers, and the majority of them are relatively relaxed, but this guy was starting to become aggressive, the first time I'd ever seen it while working here. When I came to deliver his third round of sushi, he grabs one of the plates and throws it at me. It smashes on the ground, and instantly everybody in the restaurant stops talking and looks in my direction. I want more sake. Hurry it up. I walked away and talked to the manager, and I explained I think the guy had one too many drinks. He thought so too, and he had to explain to the man he needed to calm down. Oh boy, were we in for it. The guy starts to throw a fit and starts giving us that usual speech of the customer always being right. I despise that so much. Eventually, my manager tells the man he needs to leave, but in the process of doing so, he walks toward me. Without provocation, the dude proceeds to grab my shirt and pull me closer to him. He goes for a punch, but I manage to put my hands up in time. One of the regulars who was sitting at the bar gets up and comes to my defense, pushing the man off of me. They start to go at it, and what makes this whole thing even more scarier is this drunk customer actually had a knife on him. Thank goodness a couple of other patrons come to help, and they get the knife out from his grasp before he had a chance to use it. The guests keep him detained until police eventually arrived and ended up handcuffing him. That whole night was just super crazy, and when I got home later that evening, I called my girlfriend and told her everything. We have never had anything remotely close to an incident such as that one happen again. But who knows? If anything else comes up, you'll be the first to hear. This takes place when I lived in Alaska. I'm a 21-year-old college student, and I was using a dating app one day after class. Perhaps you may be familiar with this certain application. Does Tinder ring a bell? I'm sure it does. It's one of the most popular forms of online dating. That's why when I used it, I was matched with a guy, who for this story we're going to call Mark. Mark messaged me, and he complimented me on my looks, saying I was pretty, amongst other kind words. I thanked Mark, to which almost immediately he asked for my phone number. Foolishly, I gave him that information, not realizing I had just set myself up for some of the most scariest series of events that were going to happen thus far. Mark began to text me almost immediately, and he actually asked me out. I told him I didn't have time for a date because I was busy with a school project that would be due later that week. Fast forward to the weekend. I'm at home and both my parents had left for a business trip. With me was my brother, who was downstairs playing video games. As for my sister, she had taken my little sisters to the movies. The time was roughly 10 p.m., and I was in my room texting one of my friends. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounds like the side door to our backyard opening. I looked out there, and I was able to see a figure moving in the dark. Instantly, I get up to grab my phone, but before I could dial for help, my brother runs upstairs, yelling for me to call the police. We proceeded to hide in the bathroom, as I was soon connected with our local police department. I now began to explain our current situation, as we hear the stranger who entered our home walk up the stairs. Moments later, we hear the door handle of the restroom begin to jingle. Since it was locked, he starts to bang on the door, as my brother and I are sitting there in absolute shock. A few minutes pass, and we hear police sirens in the distance. Footsteps are then heard running down the stairs, and outside we hear officers telling someone to freeze. Another couple of minutes later, the police come up to the restroom, and they tell us it's safe to come outside. When we walk with them to the front of the house, they tell my brother and I the man who broke in had a knife, rope, and gloves inside a bag. The officers explain further this intruder had photos of me on their phone. Talk about creepy. Next, The officers called my parents and explained the situation that had just occurred. Last I've heard, the man was sentenced to 4 months in prison. What a lack of justice, I'll tell you. So, if there is a learning lesson I can pass on to you, it's this. If you're going to meet someone from the internet, always make sure to take somebody with you, and make sure to meet in a public location. What is it about people having to go out of their way to ruin a perfect date? No, I'm not talking about the plot to a movie, although I wish I was. Instead, this is a true scary event that happened to me and my girlfriend, now my wife, in the late 2000s, while we were still in college. This takes place in Anchorage, Alaska, and it's during the winter. It was our very first date, and I'd invited her to watch a movie. The movie ended at about 7 p.m., and afterwards we go to have some dinner. An hour and a half later, after we make it back to the car, I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go watch the planes take off. For those who don't live in Anchorage, I'll give you a quick rundown. Our airport is called Ted Stevens International. On the right side of the airport, you can take these back roads where you drive into a forest of sorts. Eventually, it shoots you out toward the back end of the airport. There is a peninsula at the very end where cars will park and hang out. It's a great spot not only for watching planes, but just being away from the busy life of the city. However, as it's so far from civilization, you are sort of in the middle of nowhere. That means, let's say somebody was out there being a troublemaker. It's up to you to defend yourself by any means possible if that person decides to come after you. So it takes us approximately 30 minutes of driving to get to the spot in question. And as we pull into this parking area, my headlights reveal the location is empty, say apart from the piles of snow covering some of the parking spots. I do recall it being a comfortable 25 to 30 degrees, which meant both me and my girlfriend stood outside for a little while with our Starbucks coffee and watched planes arriving and taking off. There's just something so spectacular about seeing these ginormous aerial vehicles maneuvering the way they do. Makes you thankful for the ability to travel by air. At some point in between our bad jokes and our conversations, we were interrupted by a large vehicle's headlights driving down the lonely back road we had arrived from. The vehicle, which we were able to identify as a gray Ford F-150, passes the parking area, only to turn back moments later. We stood there and watched the vehicle as it stationed itself just a few parking spots from where we stood. 2 grizzly men jumped out moments later, and they began lighting up some smokes and taking drinks from their little canisters, the kinds you put liquor in. "Hey, you two want some?" the driver asks my girlfriend and I. We tell him no, as my girlfriend gives me a friendly nudge, as if to say she wants to go back home. I couldn't blame her. Something about these guys was giving us really bad vibes. I wasn't trying to assume or be judgmental, but there was just something screaming in my head telling me, leave, now. So we began making our way to the doors, which we were just a few feet away from, and we noticed the man approaching. We don't even get the chance to put on our seat belts when one of the men walks to the back of my vehicle and the other stands in the front. "Hey, where are you two going? Don't you want to hang out and have some drinks?" This was the first time hearing the second man, who sounded a lot more buzzed than the first. The man at the back starts pounding on my car, blocking our escape, as he begins rocking the vehicle back and forth. Meanwhile, the man at the front is telling my girlfriend to step outside and leave me out here in the middle of nowhere as they go to a hotel. My girlfriend is visibly shaking, and I'm really beginning to get furious at these two. I told my girlfriend I was going to go outside and confront them, but to this day, I'm so glad I didn't. I flipped them off instead, to which the one at the back responded by taking out a knife. The creep then begins to approach the driver's seat. He then starts to pull at the door handle. Meanwhile, the other is on the passenger side, trying to do the same. Thank goodness the man at the back had moved, and I was able to back up and leave them dressed in a thick layer of snow, thanks in part to my tires, and we began flooring it. It seemed we had escaped our so-called stalkers, only to realize the two weren't finished. Less than a minute later, my girlfriend reaches for my arm, and she tells me to look into the rearview mirror. There they were, quickly approaching her vehicle. Panic is flowing through my veins as my girlfriend calls 911 and tells the dispatch we're being chased just outside of Ted Stevens International Airport by a group of, what I can recall her naming them, thugs. The next minute or so, I'm speeding up, just hoping I don't bump into any sort of large rocks or slip off the road. Thank the skies above that the two in the Ford F-150 start to slow their approach as we reach the more lit-up part of Anchorage. Just as quickly as these two had appeared and what seemed to be like a calculated plan being thwarted, the two disappeared into the winter night for us to never see them again. To be perfectly frank, we don't know if officers ever caught the two, since we never heard anything back. To this day, my wife still gets goosebumps anytime she sees a gray Ford F-150. Any one of you enjoy a nightly walk in the crisp summer evening? Come on, show of hands, I know it's not just me. Who doesn't enjoy grabbing a latte, calling up a friend and walking your dog as the breeze passes by your rose-colored cheeks? Sorry, I'm reminiscing of a time when we could go out and enjoy being ourselves. Due to all this stuff happening in the world, most of us are stuck at home doing whatever we can to stay sane. I won't get into that since everybody has their own opinions. So instead, I want to focus on something pretty weird that happened to me last month. I live in a gated-off community with my mom and dad in middle America that rarely sees any sort of activity, if you want to refer to it as such. You might see a neighbor or two having a barbecue or a party, and when it comes to creepy things, that's normally kept to the movies. That's why I'm always so confident being out at night, even when I'm not in the safety of my gated neighborhood. There's just this sort of false confidence that makes me feel like I can't be touched. So, I want to refer to you an incident when I was hanging out with one of my best friends, who we're going to call Sam. There's this mom and pop donut shop that is normally open until 2 a.m., about 10 minutes from my neighborhood, which we like to hang out at. It's in this small shopping center that has a Sprouts grocery store and a PetSmart. Now, we mainly go to this donut shop since my dad knows the owners and they give us discounts, but we also like to go just to get away from home. Due to the current restrictions, we were only allowed to pick up donuts from the drive-thru window, but we could sit outside on the benches. Oh, and also they closed at 9 p.m. instead of 2 a.m., which, just a quick update as I'm about to submit this story, they just announced they would start closing at their normal 2 a.m. time. Continuing with my story, Sam and I spent about 20 minutes eating a couple of donuts and watching a Vsauce video on my phone. It was the one about the holes. I remember because we laughed at the thumbnail. I guess we were so distracted by Michael's voice that we hadn't realized there was this man who was sitting a couple of benches apart from where we sat, just looking over at us. Sam was the one to point him out as he looked in our direction.
Hey, there's some dude looking over at us,
Sam whispered, with his mask muffling his speech. I looked away from my phone for a brief moment, and the man, who I can describe as tall, skinny, with long, thin hair and acne across his face, quick note, he didn't have any facial covering, turned his attention toward his pockets as he takes out a lighter and lights a cigarette. We both ignored him, but we did find his 100-mile stare a bit awkward. In the brief moments we made eye contact, I genuinely felt this sudden feeling of doom come over me. I don't know why, but all the years of feeling safe and secure melted away like ice cream on a hot summer's afternoon. We ignored him, and after a minute or two, he got up and left. That feeling of being secure had returned, and we began to relax. When the video was finished and our donuts were sitting comfortably in our stomachs, we got up and we began heading back to our neighborhood. Now, we had two options. We could take the streets, but that would have taken longer. That's why we decided to use the back alleyway, since it's twice as fast. Plus, we don't have to worry about waiting at the two traffic signals. About halfway through this long, poorly lit alleyway that extends a few blocks, There are some apartments with a small parking structure and some dumpsters. There's also a patch of grass where a lot of times we'll pass by the area and we'll see the residents taking their dogs to use the restroom. This evening, however, it was empty. No signs of people. Yet. We were just a few feet from the back of the apartments when we see a familiar face. The man who we saw at the donut shop walked out from behind a dumpster. He proceeds to stop right in front of Sam and I, then calls out somebody's name. I think it was Adrian or something. It was definitely with an A. Our attention is now focused toward the dumpsters as we see a man holding a Dos Equis bottle fumble his way over to what we assumed was his friend.
Look, dude, we don't want any trouble. We're just trying to get back home,
I tell him as I begin to freak out.
Give us your phones and your wallet. Now.
Sam scoffed at their remarks and asked them if they were crazy. Guess they may have been, because the first dude takes out a pocket knife and then reaffirms his statement. Now, Sam has always been very protective of me. I'm pretty much the only close female friend he's ever had, and he considers me like a sister. Thankfully, I know that Sam has taken years of self-defense courses, so if there was anybody I wanted to be around during an attempted mugging, it would be Sam. Like a light switch suddenly flipping, the man with the knife lunges in our direction as Sam pushes me to the side, causing me to fall on my rear end. This was the first time I'd ever seen Sam use his self-defense training in person. His movements were so fluid, and the way he disarmed the man with the knife was like something straight out of a movie. Now with the weapon in hand, both men start to back up. They look at each other, and almost as if to say, this isn't worth it, they booked it. I was so thankful for Sam that I immediately gave him a hug. A few moments later, we hear somebody call out to us from above. It was a woman from the apartment who had just witnessed the latter half of the fight where Sam had disarmed the creep. She says she was on the line with the police who were sending a couple of officers to get those two. We joined her and her husband, and as we waited, we called their parents to advise them of what had just happened. My dad, being the overprotective father he is, didn't even change. He drove over in his pajamas and slippers and picked Sam and I up, but that's not before we talked to the police, who luckily were able to locate the two. That was a month ago, and even though the whole incident was just really bizarre, we still like to go out, albeit we stick to more populated locations, and we make sure to follow our current safety protocols. I don't think I've heard a story on your channel as of late that takes place during the current lockdown, so perhaps I can be one of the first. To give you just a quick insight at what I do, I'm a 50-year-old single mom who runs my own cleaning services. People can call me up and I'll go to their home and clean. One of my clients owns a vacation home here in Southern California, and she has me check up on the place at least once a week. If for whatever reason she asks me to do something, like clean or dust, I'll take care of it. Although I hardly have to clean, since she rarely visits. However, this day that she called me, she advised me she had been in town, and she threw a huge party just the previous evening. Unfortunately, she had to leave that same afternoon, but she did ask me if I could come clean. It was actually my day off, and I almost said no, but she's always been really considerate of me. She even gave my daughter $1,000 just for graduating college. Well, I let her know I could head over there at around 6:30 p.m., since I was at the mall with my daughter and son. Fast forward to later that afternoon, I drove 45 minutes to the beach where her vacation home is located. Right away, I was able to tell I would have quite a bit of a job ahead of me. Just to give you a visual, there was a bunch of plastic red cups on countertops, confetti spread across the carpet, and even pieces of a piñata. Must have been a grand old time. I began by taking the trash out, and then I started to vacuum. This chore of taking out the trash and vacuuming and sweeping had me busy for at least an hour. Finally, I managed to catch a break and I take a seat on the couch to relax. I was actually talking to my son on the phone who had just called me, and for whatever reason my peripheral vision catches the glimpse of a dark figure that walks past the window. There is a curtain, mind you, but any persons can easily cast a shadow, thanks in part to the automatically installed lights. I assumed it might have been one of the neighbors, and I ignored this sudden appearance, returning my attention to my phone. When I was finished talking to my son, I returned to my vehicle to grab some extra gloves and sponges since I was going to begin cleaning the restrooms. That was the last thing I had to do before I could go home. Here's when I noticed something a bit bizarre that backed up my earlier assumption. My client's home, along with the neighbors, are very close to the beach. Therefore, it's not surprising to see muddy footprints, but these are normally from kids. I heard no sounds of kids. These were definitely print sizes coming from an adult. I followed the muddy shoe prints, and they eventually teetered off toward the sand. No conclusion, which is why I decided to get back to work. After all, I was pretty tired to begin with, and I just wanted to get back home so I could take a shower. So, I'm in the upstairs restroom cleaning. This is a 2-story vacation home. And all of a sudden, I began to hear footsteps walking in the downstairs living room. I sorta just stood there confused for a few seconds. My client should have been on a plane halfway to Arizona. So, who was in the house? Well, little did I know that in my rush to get to my work, I left the front door unlocked. I walked over to the railing that overlooks the living room, and I managed to catch the glimpse of somebody walking into the kitchen with a knife. I put my hand to my mouth and I did the best I could to muffle my screams. Who the heck was this guy? Why was he in here? My instincts told me it was better not to ask. I locked myself in the restroom, turned off the lights, and then I proceeded to call 911. Those next 10 minutes of waiting felt like an eternity. It was made worse when the intruder walked up the stairs and then attempted to open the restroom. My heart began to pound out of my chest as I continued to hold in my screams and just beg help would arrive. Thankfully, the intruder gave up and I hear their footsteps walk over to the master bedroom, which was next to me. I hear drawers being opened and furniture tossed to left and right. I continued to monitor the noise while relaying as much information to the operator as I could. Finally, it seemed that whoever had walked into my home had left because the footsteps had gone silent. Officers arrived and checked the entire property. I could see neighbors walk out of their homes from the small restroom window, and I got a sense of relief knowing I was safe. An officer came up to the restroom and knocked on the door, telling me it was safe to step outside. I was still scared. Honestly, could you blame me? That's why I asked if he could show me his badge by slipping it underneath the door. Needless to say, the guy who broke in had gotten away. No neighbor had seen him leave or arrive. Guess since it was dark, nobody really paid attention. The strangest part about this entire thing is that nothing was taken, which I guess is a good thing. I don't know. Either way, I don't want to be inside a home and have some random man show up with a blade. This story comes from my younger years, when I was still living in Mexico with my mom and my dad. I was in my late teens, so we're talking mid-2000s. I was jumping from job to job, trying to make some extra funds. It's because I was looking at getting my very own car, since my parents didn't have much money. I worked at grocery stores, restaurants, and even did things like cutting grass and cleaning homes. Perhaps out of all these lines of work, the 6 months I worked at a Pemex saw me dealing with some, for lack of better words, interesting situations. For those who don't know, Pemex is one of the, if not the largest petroleum company in all of Mexico. Anyways, apart from the occasional rude customer, you had the occasional people who try to steal things. Thankfully, we had security cameras, thus these instances were kept to a minimum. That still didn't stop some people from doing what they wanted. I refer you to an evening when I was working the night shift. It was just myself, as our Pemex was rather lonely and slow. I recall it being around 1 in the morning, and I'm sitting at the front counter reading the newspaper and listening to my portable radio. Suddenly, I heard the chimes at the front door opening, and I can see a man mid to late 40s walk in with his hands in his pockets. I say hello, and I tell him that if there was anything he needed, I was here. He gave me a head nod, and then he disappeared into the back aisle. I returned to the newspaper and awaited this customer's return. 5 minutes come and go, and I think maybe he went to the restroom. I give it another 10 minutes, and I'm genuinely getting curious. I look at the security monitor, but I just barely get to see any activity, since the angling of the camera was pretty bad. So I use this opportunity to stretch my legs and walk over in the direction I'd last seen him. I couldn't believe what he was doing. There he sat in front of the refrigerators, where all the drinks are, munching on some chips and drinking a Budweiser. There was already an empty can that sat next to him. Disculpa, pero ya sabes que necesitas pagar para todo esto, ¿verdad? Or for those who don't speak any Spanish, excuse me, sir, but you do realize you need to pay for all this, right? I firmly expressed, putting my foot down and taking the chips away from his grasp. The man rips the bag of chips away from my hands and then continues to eat and drink. I gave him the opportunity to apologize, but now he was just making me angry and a fool. I proceed to tell him that if he doesn't pay, I was going to get the police on the line. That was all it took for this guy to burst into anger. He drops the Budweiser and chips, jumps straight up, and then pushes me, which causes me to bump into a display. Tú no me puedes decir que puedo ser niño. Or, in English, you don't tell me what to do, kid. The man was getting serious, but so was I. I start to get up, but in the process I see him fumbling for something in his pocket. Moments later, I'm staring at one of the sharpest knives I'd ever seen. I remember time going into slow motion and thinking, I need to move. For whatever reason, and to this day I still can't explain it, my body wouldn't budge, even though my brain was practically yelling at me. If anyone knows why people do this, then it would be greatly appreciated. I've read in some places it has to do with a part of your brain that deals with fear, but I'm not too sure. Nevertheless, I snapped out of it when the man was just inches from slashing at my shirt. I backed up and then I booked it toward the front counter. Even if this guy was holding onto a knife, there was a surprise. A baseball bat, which I kept hidden underneath the front counter. I flew over that front counter, bumping into another display in the process, and I grasped that bat. As I peek up to look at where the man was, I can see him just walking down the aisle he had chased me away from. I reveal the baseball bat, and he stops just a mere few feet from where I stood. He stared at me for a solid 10 seconds, as if thinking to himself, should I risk it, or should I leave? He chose to leave, but not before he used some very colorful language. By some sort of miracle, 2 police officers had stopped to get some gas, and they ended up catching up with the man. I watched from inside the convenience store as they get him into handcuffs and into the back of their vehicle. I then went up to the officers and told them that the man had tried charging at me with a knife and had been eating/drinking some of our products. I showed them some of the security footage as well as the leftover food before they wrote down some notes and took my statement. Fast forward a few days later, my boss told me that the man who had come into the store that night I was working had just recently been let out of jail on charges of robbery and theft. He sure didn't take too long to get back behind bars. But hey, at least I didn't turn out to be another face or statistic in the newspaper. This took place about 5 years prior. I live in a really safe community in the United Kingdom, where the only break-in ever reported in my area was over 20 years ago. This gave me a sort of false confidence in which I thought I'd be in peace and never have to worry about any sort of burglar, let alone a break-in. One day while I was taking my dog for a walk, I noticed a person in a black hoodie with the hood up. I didn't think much of them because the fashion in the Northeast United Kingdom consists of hoodies and tracksuit bottoms. In any case, when exiting the garden of my house, there is this large walkway, where you can either take a left or right, which is a tight path, mind you, that fits only one person. I usually chose to take this path so that I can get a shortcut to my home. which is when I saw the person looking at my home. I stood there until they noticed me, only for them to walk away, without saying a single word. Again, I didn't really mind, since people are usually rude, and won't even bother to say hello. Fast forward to the evening. I was playing some games, and then after I got tired, I decided on getting some sleep. Now I do have to mention before I continue that I was born with an ear infection, which means I can't hear out of my left ear. I normally sleep on my right ear, meaning I usually get uninterrupted sleep. At around 1 in the morning, I noticed that the gap under my door had suddenly been illuminated. I began to wonder as I laid in my bed what was going on. Well, all of a sudden I hear my dog go into a crazy fit. I have the type of dog that's very quiet, which means if you're looking for peace, he's got you covered. But to hear him going crazy the way he was made me believe something serious was happening. This sudden disturbance was followed by my stepdad shouting to my mom, who was downstairs. My curtains were open, since I do like to have some light in my room, because I have a large window. When I looked at said window, I saw someone who was only identifiable due to the automatic light switching on. This person starts to run away, and I began suspecting something was up. It's at this very moment I noticed my parents had started to lock up the home, but when I went into the kitchen, I saw it had been raided by the person. Perhaps what really caught me off guard was the garage. My stepdad has these tools that were given to him by his father who had passed away many years ago. They are extremely rare, and unfortunately, they were missing. We called the police, obviously, and they began a wide search of the immediate neighborhood the man had run off to. The tools were located in a bag, which had been buried, most likely because the burglar had heard the police and attempted to hide them. As for what else was stolen, he took off with some money, my mom's purse, and my stepdad's wallet. The idiot didn't even wear anything to conceal his hands, and the police were able to find out who had broken in, but couldn't actually locate his whereabouts. A week or two later, he was arrested for breaking and entering, and stealing. For those wondering, he broke into my house by grabbing a brick and then proceeding to smash the lock on the garage. That's how he was able to lift up the garage door. From there, he tried entering my home, but my dog blocked the entrance to the kitchen door and sent the guy packing in fear. I don't know what happened after he was caught, until a few months ago, where I overheard from my stepdad that the man was going to get released. My stepdad was double-checking all the locks on the doors, which he's never been the cautious type, by the way. Oh, and I never mentioned the guy was looking at my house to my stepdad, since I didn't think much of it. So that was the time I came face to face with the man who ended up robbing my home. Anyone else ever showed up at home only to stumble into a complete stranger? Please tell me I'm not the only one this has ever happened to. Before I get too ahead, let me just give you some quick information. I'm a 23-year-old female still living at home with my mom and dad in a neighborhood that's relatively safe from crime. The night this occurred, both my mom and dad were out visiting my uncle and aunt who were celebrating their wedding anniversary. This meant that when I got out of work and showed up at home at approximately 1 in the morning, everything was pretty quiet, say apart from the crickets that were chirping. Considering how tired I was, I went straight to bed, and I crashed almost immediately. Fast forward about an hour later, I'm startled out of my sleep when I hear something fall over in the kitchen. First thing I did was look at my phone and check to see if perhaps my parents had texted me, telling me they had returned. I already knew they would be out for a few days, so there was no chance it was them. Next, I checked for my cat, since he does like to occasionally cause a mess. He was laying in his little bed, but I do see all the hairs on his back are standing up. Now, I've always been the sort of person who lets my emotions control many situations I'm put through. Even though my brain was telling me to lock the door, part of me wanted to go investigate the sudden noise. Perhaps a squirrel or a raccoon managed to get through our little dog door, which we have installed for our cat. I arm myself with my pepper spray, and then I start to make my way down the hallway. Halfway, you can turn to your right and you see the kitchen. Since there was a full moon, The light coming in from the window was casting shadows into the hallway. This was when I came to the conclusion I wasn't dealing with an animal, but instead a human being, as this shadow figure was tall. So I jumped into the kitchen trying to surprise whoever was there, and I managed to catch someone going through my refrigerator, drinking out of one of the milk cartons.
Excuse me, but do you live here?
I exclaimed, grasping my pepper spray ever so tightly. I actually recognized this intruder. He was a homeless man in his early 30s who was well known in my area for being a junkie. From what I've heard, he had been arrested in the past and was known to be dangerous. But what the heck was he doing in my home? I didn't know, but I could care less about that. I was more concerned that he needed to leave, and he needed to leave now.
I need you to get out. This isn't your house.
He kinda just sat there staring while beginning to jitter back and forth. He then started making up excuses, saying he lived here and that he was friends with the owner. I reassured him my parents knew nothing of him and reminded him that I was just about to call the police. He panicked and he started going into a crazy fit. Most of what he said after this was unintelligible, and it was really beginning to freak me out. I began to back up because I saw him reach for one of the knives in the sink. I booked it toward my room as I can hear his footsteps running down the hallway, and my heart is beating out of my chest. Once I'm in my room, I slid a chair in front of the door lock, hoping it would be enough to keep that door from crashing down. Seconds later, I could hear him pounding on the door, telling me he was going to cut me up into bit-sized pieces. No joke. I still sometimes have nightmares where he actually manages to get into my room. Luckily, I hear his footsteps begin to go silent, but this didn't stop me from calling authorities. They showed up about 6 to 7 minutes later. They found him hiding underneath my front porch. No further altercation occurred, and they were able to get him cuffed. We were able to determine that he managed to make his way into my home through an unlocked window, which I'd forgotten to close. Yeah, I take full blame for that. By the time everything settled, I was too scared to stay at home, so I grabbed my cat and we ended up waking up my best friend and spending the night at her home. The following morning, I called my parents and I explained the entire incident. We have since had our locks changed, and we've had somebody install these really nice bars over our windows. Also, I did say that part of this was my fault, but why should I have to worry about somebody coming into my home just because I left that window unlocked? I'm not exactly sure, but part of me feels that guy had been staking out my home, because why would he choose mine over others? My story is kind of an interesting one, in that it doesn't involve a stalker or some creepy guy. Don't get the wrong idea, I do enjoy those sorts of stories. But after you've heard so much of creepy guy gives creepy smile, and then says something creepy but nothing else happens, you're gonna start to get burned out. Anyways, this was just a week before Christmas in 2010 and takes place just outside of a small town called Indiana in Pennsylvania. To start you off, I'd driven to the airport in Pittsburgh to pick up a friend who would be spending the holiday with me and my family. This was his first time he'd ever been here. I was really excited he chose to spend Christmas with me. We had all these plans set up, such as going ice skating, building snowmen, and just watching movies in the living room with endless bowls of popcorn. I picked him up in front of Terminal A, and first thing I remember him telling me was, "You weren't kidding when you said dress in layers. It's freezing out here." My friend Charles is from Las Vegas, and even though they sometimes get cold temperatures in the winter, nothing compares to a winter in PA. On the way back to Indiana, while singing along to Christmas songs, I mentioned to my friend that there is this gas station that sells this really amazing hot chocolate. I sort of teased him anytime we talked over the phone because he's a huge fan of hot chocolate. Well, at last he would be able to try it and I could stop giving him a hard time. We get to this little gas station at about 9:15 p.m. and it's completely deserted, as expected at this time of year and night. When we walked into the little convenience store, I showed my friend toward the back where the hot chocolate machine was located. There were little Christmas ornaments lining the machine, with a plastic Christmas tree that sat peacefully beside the dispenser. The cup holders that held the small, medium, and large cups were wrapped in Christmas lights that danced along to the Christmas carols that played over the intercom. While Charles decided which drinks and toppings he wanted, I told him I was going to use the restroom. No issue for him, since he also wanted to get some little souvenirs. Now, this next part I didn't actually witness myself, but thanks to my friend, he has been able to help me write out what happened, up to the point I witnessed things with my own eyes. My friend described that as he looked at some of the little souvenirs, he saw someone just outside the window, pacing back and forth. He described him as paranoid, shaky, and appearing to be out of breath. My friend says that he tried waving at him to see if maybe he needed something, but the man continued to walk back and forth while fumbling for something in his sweater. Charles continued to look at little knickknacks before heading to the cashier so that he could pay. Now, Charles has always been the outgoing and friendly kind of individual, so he hit it off with the cashier, sort of as if they were long-lost friends. This was the moment where our evening was going to take a turn for the worst. All of a sudden, Charles hears the bells from the front door chime. The man Charles had seen pacing back and forth some minutes prior had come into the store. He's now grasping a pistol. Charles describes adrenaline being shot into his veins as he does his best to control his heart rate and remain calm. Charles says that he puts his hands up as this would-be robber tells the cashier to put all the money the store had into a plastic bag. The cashier tells him to give him a second as he reaches below the front counter. What Charles, myself, or the robber didn't know was that this gas station clerk was packing heat. Not just any sort of heat, a pump-action shotgun. The man with the pistol immediately runs out of the store, but not before tripping and falling, thanks in part to a Slim Jim display. The pistol went flying, and Charles, bless his heart and bravery, grabs said pistol. The man didn't even bother to retrieve it. He booked it out of the store, and Charles says he sees him running across the parking lot and disappearing into the nearby wilderness. I witnessed this last part, where Charles had picked up the pistol. So now that we're reunited in the story, I explain to you what happened next. I called 911 from my cell phone as the cashier told us to remain by his side. Thankfully, officers were dispatched in a matter of minutes and soon alleviate our stress and fears by taking our information. Meanwhile, a few other officers go and check the nearby woods. The man, thank goodness, didn't get too far, and he was caught. The officers praise both the cashier and Charles on their quick thinking. I don't think Charles was expecting to thwart a would-be robber, but what a story he had to tell his mom and dad when we made it back to my house. For the rest of the time Charles spent with my family and I was very peaceful, and even all these years later, we'll sometimes bring up that incident, and we'll have ourselves a good laugh. I'm a 34-year-old male security guard who works for a metal refinery, and I've been here for a little over 3 years. Any of my fellow security guard friends out there know that this line of work is very tough. Not so much for the work, since all we're doing in my case is keeping buildings safe and secure, but more so on your sleep schedule. At my site, it's very common for me to work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. There have even been some rare instances I had to work on my days off because we had security guards who would call out with what I swear were some of the lamest excuses I'd ever heard. They mainly tended to be the younger kids in their early 20s that were looking to go out and party with their friends. Anyways, my scary encounter happened on one of these nights where a coworker called out, saying they couldn't make it due to a flat tire. I was just getting over a cold myself and I was pretty grumpy, but my boss offered me double pay, which made it totally worth it. I mean, come on, $30 an hour? How could I refuse? I showed up at 6 p.m. and mentally prepared myself for another 12-hour shift. The first half goes by pretty quietly. It was right before the 4th of July holiday weekend, which meant most workers and any deliveries were kept to a minimum. At midnight, I was joined by another coworker, who we're going to call John. He's an older security guard in his mid-50s and has been working at this refinery for almost 15 years. We are pretty close, and so he kept me company and helped me stay awake. At around 2 a.m., as we wrote up some paperwork, I switched to various different cameras on my CCTV system. This was when I managed to catch somebody walking past one of the cameras. I tell John I was going to go check up on our possible intruder, and he keeps an eye on the cameras. I got into our little company vehicle and drove a minute to the back end of the building.
Any sign of the person, John?
I say over my radio, finally arriving to the last location I'd seen this person.
No, I don't see them. Are you sure you weren't just seeing things?
I reassured John I wasn't and started inspecting some of the doorways. At last, I located our possible intruder. Someone in a hoodie, with the hood up, trying to open one of the doors. "Excuse me, sir, but do you have any reason to be here?" Like a kid being caught red-handed, they stop what they're doing and look in my direction. "Yeah, actually, I'm an inspector. You didn't get the call?" I played along with his game, as I can see he's getting visibly upset and nervous. "No, I didn't. Let me call my boss and confirm, okay?" I didn't call my boss, but I did call John and told him as loudly as I could to call the police. Turned out they were already on the way since John had seen the man on the cameras. The man, hearing he was about to get busted, runs past me, and I watch him reach for our fencing. He then crawls into some bushes and reappears on the other side of the fence moments later. Now, I'm not going to spend hours getting to what happened, so I'll just summarize. The man was caught 15 minutes later, and it's what police found on the person that really made this encounter that much more terrifying. They found he was concealing a pistol. Why he didn't use it, I don't know, but I'm so thankful he never did. Anyways, I don't know whatever happened to him, why he played pretend, or why he tried breaking into a warehouse, but we were told he was put behind bars. That's pretty much it. The summer of 2013. Who doesn't enjoy playing some Call of Duty Zombies? It was on a Friday, since the DLC came out during the week. Now I was playing with 3 other friends. We'll call them Drew, Zach, and Kevin. My mom and dad were still at work, and they'd be getting home a little bit later than usual, since they were going to go to Costco to get some groceries done. I do have a sister, but she was hanging out with her boyfriend, meaning it was just me at the house. It's not an issue, since I was already 19. At about 7:15, my mom calls me.
Hi, honey. Could you go ahead and set up the table and get some cups out? We're gonna get a pizza here from Costco. We should be home by 8 o'clock the latest.
My mother more or less said. I told my friends I needed to set something up, so we made a crawler, and I waited at the back end of generator number 6. I now head to the kitchen, which is just down the hallway, and I begin taking out all the utensils. When I opened the trash bin to throw something away, I saw it was full. I knew my parents would call me lazy if I didn't take out the trash. Therefore, I tie up the top, and I walk to the side of the house to throw everything away. As I make my way back through the side gate door, I see a piece of paper had fallen out of the trash bag. I go to reach for it, and then all of a sudden, I hear the gate open. "Hey, you guys are back?" Before I could finish my sentence, I'm staring face to face with this disheveled-looking homeless man. At least I assumed he was, due to his tattered clothing. He was tall, about 6'2", and was very skinny. He kind of reminded me of those junkies you see hanging out around liquor stores. He had thin, long hair. His eyes were red, as if he had just finished smoking something. And I did notice he was acting quite bizarre, as in shaking, almost paranoid. "Hello there. I think you might have the wrong home there, buddy," I told him with a nervous smile, beginning to walk back to my door. "Hey, do you have any drink in your refrigerator?" "Excuse me? Are you talking about beer?" I responded back, getting this sudden feeling in my head that told me to run. Just don't ask. "Yeah, do you have anything on you? Please.
I'll give you some money. Nah, dude, we don't have anything like that here. I think you need to leave. I was now inside my kitchen and double-locked the door. I watched as the man stumbled in my backyard. Before I could see him head to one of the windows, I followed him over there, and when I see him for the second time, I'm in shock. He is cutting up the window screen with a box cutter. Dude, I told you, you need to get out of here. What's your problem? He started to curse and call me by all these different obscenities, saying he was going to come into my house and cut me up. No way was I going to let that happen. I take out my cell phone and start dialing for the police. While on the line with the dispatch, I see through the same window a neighbor on the other side of the fence, telling the guy he needs to leave. My neighbor, who we'll call Joseph, is this really old-school tough guy, who might seem like a jerk on the outside, but he's a huge teddy bear when you get to know him. I pretty much consider him like an uncle. Joseph saw me through the window talking on the phone, and I think he got a general idea of who I was talking to. A minute later, Joseph and his brother, who had just so happened to have been visiting, managed to disarm the man and keep him detained until police got there to question him. I saw this all from the safety of my living room, by the way. Turned out the guy was high, as they found a little baggie on him and even a glass pipe. My parents actually got home just as the man was put behind the police cruiser. Imagine their shock when they saw the scene. My mom immediately runs over to me and gives me one of the hugest and tightest hugs she'd ever given. By the way, in case you're wondering, my phone was full of text messages from my Xbox buddies, letting me know the next round had accidentally started, and we all got wrecked, as us gamers like to call it. I did enjoy some amazing pizza afterwards, and we spent the rest of that evening playing Call of Duty, putting the scary encounter behind me. I now live a couple of cities over, and I'm engaged to my soon-to-be wife, with a baby boy on the way. Almost car mugged at gas station. Just finished listening to your video you did on scary gas station stories, and it's a shame I didn't find it earlier. I have my own frightening tale that happened to me and my father around 2003. I was 16 at the time. We were going to visit my grandma, who unfortunately had fallen ill. She lived in North Dakota. Meanwhile, my father and I lived in South Dakota. A quick side note here. We are originally from North Dakota, but my father and I moved south due to him having a better job opportunity. That's not really important to this story, other than explaining where we were traveling from. In total, it would be about 8 hours to the hospital, and it would see us driving on some pretty lonely and quiet highways. I just picked up Pokemon Sapphire a couple of days before the road trip. I was busy leveling up my team as my father took care of the driving. Along the way, we made a couple of stops. First off at a Wendy's to pick up a couple of hamburgers and french fries. I'm not sure if it's just me, but anyone else agree that fast food on a road trip is way more delicious than when you're picking it up at your local store? I digress. When we were about 2 hours from the hospital, we had stopped at a rest area that had a gas station since we needed to use the restroom. I went in first, since this was a one-person restroom. Once I'm done, my father heads in. Meanwhile, I pick out some Cheetos and a couple of sodas for my dad and I to enjoy on the final trek of the trip. I do recall this little shop having these strange little knickknacks that could give anybody a run for their money. My dad, as per usual, was taking way longer than expected in the restroom. That's why I told him I would wait in the car, since it was a pretty chill 65 degrees, and I wanted to get back to playing. Once in the passenger seat, I turned on my Game Boy Advance and I continued battling and capturing Pokemon. I lost track of time because I was so focused on the screen that when I heard knocking on the window, I was startled and actually let out a sudden gasp. Expecting to see my father, I was left pondering when standing at the passenger door is a random man. Now, I've never been the greatest with details, so I'll just describe him to the best of my ability. He wore a hoodie with the hood over his face. He had a baggy blue jeans, and I could see a scruffy beard and long hair falling over his chest. I gave him an awkward wave and hello as I looked over to see if the doors were locked. They were, and a small breath of relief comes over me. "Hey kid, do you have any money on you?" I can hear him say through the glass window. I told him I had none, expecting him to leave and go ask somebody else. But instead, he's still there. 10 seconds of this awkward staring. He reaches for the door handle and starts to violently shake it. "Come on, Dad, where the heck are you?" I started screaming in my head, as this man does the unthinkable. He reaches into his jacket as he looks back and forth, almost as if he's checking to see if somebody is watching him. Then, the guy takes out this little revolver. Panic is ensuing, and I can feel my heart begin to beat out of my chest. "If you don't have any money, then I'll take the car instead. Now get out." I sat there for what felt like an eternity, thinking this had to be some really bad prank. Please just let it be so. The man shouted at me again, this time expressing even more frustration. I was so terrified, thinking he would shoot into the glass, which is why I did as he said, and I got out, but on the driver's side. I was just hoping he would take the vehicle and leave. So I dropped my Game Boy Advance, crawl over to the driver's seat, and then I book it. My father was just stepping out of the convenience store, and I yelled to him there was a man trying to take our car. My father, bless his heart, being a former Marine who concealed carries, runs over to our vehicle and then takes out his pistol, demanding the man to get out. The man who had placed the revolver on the driver's seat, that detail was later explained to me by my father, had no time to react. So the man puts his hands up and steps out of the vehicle, and then the man makes a run for it and heads across the highway. I was already inside the gas station convenience store telling the clerk to call authorities, as we didn't have a cell phone. Officers got to the location roughly 20 minutes later, and the officers took our statements, as well as began a search. We left a short time later, and we made it to the hospital. Thankfully, my grandma made a full recovery, and she went to live a happy life until her passing in 2013. To this day, some 15 plus years later, we aren't sure whether or not the man was even caught or arrested. I'm sure they were able to look up the serial number on the revolver, and they most likely matched it with the owner. Chased away with hammer. I hope you're doing well. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for your videos. I've been enjoying your narrations for over a year now. I don't know why, but listening to creepy stories is just my way to relax after a long day. Luckily, I haven't had a lot of creepy encounters or things like that happening to me in real life, so this will be the first time I'm sending a story to the Creepy Fox. This happened just today, and I'm still quite shocked, so I feel I really need to share this with someone. For some background, I'm a 30-year-old female, and I live in Poland and spend quite a lot of my free time traveling and cycling. I have some experience in solo trips, as I've traveled to many countries in Europe and cycled around Poland mostly on my own. However, I'm rather a city girl. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy spending time in nature, but I usually don't wander very far from the urban areas, because being in the middle of nowhere, especially alone, makes me quite anxious. Anyways, my overall experience with traveling and cycling has been very positive so far. I've had a lot of unforgettable adventures, and I've met some really lovely people. This summer, due to the current worldwide circumstances, I decided to stay in my country and just explore some new areas. I've recently bought a new trekking bike, and I was really excited to try it out. I've had a few really great trips by the seaside, as well as in my city. I live in one of the largest cities in Poland. For privacy reasons, I won't share my exact location, but it is also surrounded by beautiful nature, forests, rivers, mountains, and countryside. Today I decided to go a little further than usual and explore a new area outside the city. I crossed some really picturesque places, meadows, rivers, forests, fields, and I finally got to a nice bike trail that led to the countryside. I rode there for a while, passing by a few villages until I saw a meadow with cows next to a bridge. I decided to stop there for a moment, drink some water, and check my location on an app on my phone. Please keep in mind that I was still staying on the bike trail, and there were other people going by every now and then. After a few minutes, I noticed an elderly woman standing on the other side of the trail and staring at me. At first, I didn't pay much attention to her, although she was starting to make me feel a little uncomfortable. She looked really old, like she was 100 years old. She was wearing some old rugged clothes and had an unpleasant expression on her face. But still, I assumed it was just one of those elderly ladies who don't have much to do, so they just like to stare disapproving at younger people. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people like that where I live. Once I pulled out my phone to check my exact location, I heard the woman shout something like, "Go away, get the heck out of here." Of course, she was shouting in Polish, and it's hard to even translate exactly what she said, as such expressions don't even exist in English. Let's just say that she said it in a very rude way that would suggest she was talking to a dog or other animal, so that's what I assumed. There were also the cows in the meadow on the other side of the trail, so I thought she was talking to them, or maybe some other animal that was bothering her. But when I looked around, I didn't see any other animals. The woman started to approach me, still staring at me with an angry expression, but now I can see she was holding a big hammer in her hand. "Get the heck out of here with that cell phone," she shouted, and now it was clear. She was talking to me. I was really shocked and speechless for a moment, seeing that she started to shout the same obscenities in broken German. She probably assumed I was German and I didn't understand her. "Excuse me?" I just asked, this time getting more angry than scared or shocked. "Leave me alone, or I'll use my cell phone to call the police," I shouted to this nutcase as I was getting away from her on my bicycle. I was riding quite fast and wearing a helmet, like I always do. However, I've never thought that I would need to protect myself from crazy old people. Anyway, I wasn't really scared anymore at this point because I didn't think that this old and overweight woman would run or throw her hammer far enough to reach me. And besides, there were other people passing by, so I didn't think she would try anything in front of them. I just got really angry. I was, after all, on a public bicycle trail, not on her private property, and she had no right to speak to me like that, let alone chase me with a hammer. I suppose that she was one of those poorly educated folks who really believe that cell phones or any kind of technology can harm them, their crops, animals, or whatever. I had met some crazy people before, but nothing like that ever happened to me before, and I hope it'll never happen again. I didn't have much choice, and I had to go back the same way in order to return to the city. But luckily this time there was no trace of the old woman. And before you ask, yes, I reported this to the police later, and I gave them the location where it happened. I don't know what was wrong with her, and I don't want this to happen to anyone else who passes by, just because they use their phone. So crazy lady, I hope the police will send someone to check up on you soon. Arriving with backup. This happened just last year. My girlfriend Tiana and I were camping in Alabama. This was only the second time we'd gone camping. The previous occurrence saw us staying near some campgrounds along with other families. This time we wanted more privacy, since that camping trip was full of annoying kids. So we got into our RV camper one early August morning, and we drove about 25 miles from the city limits, off the main road, and into a forest. We stopped next to a little pond. We proceeded to spend the rest of the day setting up a little tent, and I was teaching my girlfriend all about survival tactics. I've always considered myself an avid explorer, and Bear Grylls is one of my main idols. I learned so much from watching his shows and reading his books, and I swear I have a pretty good impression of his voice. At any rate, around 6:45 p.m., we were busy cooking some steaks we had brought. My girlfriend was inside the RV using the restroom. Meanwhile, I was the one cooking. Out of nowhere, I heard a deep man's voice say something from the tree line. I perked up and focused my attention to see a scruffy man with an axe who had this really confused look across his face. "Hello there, good evening, sir. What did you need?" I asked him, putting my hand onto my waist, where I have a concealed 9mm on my belt. "Oh, nothing, just walking around. I saw some smoke. You need anything?" I told him I was fine, and he gives me an indication as if saying he's about to leave. But then Tiana steps out of the RV, and I see his expression change. It goes from, meh, whatever, to, ooh, what do we have here? Hello there, beautiful. How are you? Wait, are you two married? A quick tangent here. I proposed to Tiana just a few weeks later, and she said yes. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Yeah, we are. What about it? Oh, nothing really. You're just a really lucky kid. She's very beautiful. I said thank you before he takes off, but not before he looks at Tiana. What's that all about? Who was he? Tiana asked, handing me a Bud Light and then taking his seat on her foldable chair. I don't know, he just popped out of nowhere and said he saw our camp. Probably just some random backpacker. We forgot about him pretty quickly and moved on with our evening. At this point in the story, I would say unfortunately, this next part did turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Us not really focusing on the weather forecast, we were caught off guard when we were hit with a sudden rain/windstorm. Talk about a perfect evening being ruined. We were already out here, so it's not like we were really feeling like having to drive back home. Therefore, we chose to head into the RV and fell asleep watching some movies on my MacBook. I don't remember the exact time, but I want to estimate maybe 2 or 3 a.m. I began to hear what sounds like footsteps on puddles. The heavy rain had turned into a light sprinkle, and I could still hear a little bit of the howl coming from the winds. I focused my attention on the noises, and I could distinctly remember hearing someone coughing. Now just imagine this for a brief moment. Imagine you're in the middle of the woods, and you hear what sounds like someone possibly stalking your campsite. Yes, I was armed, but that didn't explain the sudden chills. Deciding to take matters into my own hands, I grabbed my 9mm from the desk, and then I peeked out through the curtains. What I saw was very bizarre. Remember that man I talked about a bit earlier in my story? The one who said he saw my campfire? Well, with the glow of the moonlight, I can just make him out, alongside another man, who looked almost identical to him, minus the beer belly. As I watched them, I saw both of them reveal some knives as they start to attack the wheels on the RV. Oh, I can't even tell you how mad I was at that. I head toward the front door so that I could confront them, and I feel the door handle begin to violently shake as I put my hand onto it. It's at this point in the story I didn't care if I woke up my girlfriend, since I wasn't trying to spook her. Using the most intimidating voice I could muster, I tell the men, "Whatever you two are planning, your best option is to leave. I'm armed, and I'm not afraid to take you two out. Just try me." Things went silent, and the doorknob stopped shaking. I heard the men whispering, but I was unable to make out what was said. After what seemed like forever, I hear their footsteps grow distant, and I get visual confirmation of their departure by seeing them walk away through the window. A sense of relief came over me, but that would be interrupted when I thought about the wheels. Surely, if they were slashed, we would be stuck out here, and those two might come back armed with their own guns. My girlfriend, who was already awake, freaking out, tells me it was best that we leave. I wasn't complaining. I hopped into the driver's seat, and we drove for about 15 minutes, until we had to stop at the side of the road. This was where I would finally see the damage these guys had caused. 2 flat tires. Thankfully, a quick call to a towing company saw me and my girlfriend being picked up and driven back into town. In case you're wondering, we did report the incident to authorities. Both those two, as far as we know, are still out there somewhere. They were planning something. In continuation with featuring older story submissions on the Creepyfox that have been submitted to me throughout the years, I give you another one of these stories I've yet to feature, sent to me from a subscriber on March 25th, 2019. If she's still listening to this channel, I say hello, and thank you for being truly amazing. Here's how her story goes. This evening, something happened to me that really shook me up. It acts as a learning experience that I truly hope no one ever has to go through firsthand. My mother, my sister, and I oftentimes will go to the casino with a budget of roughly $20 each to play on the slot machines. This is in combination with French fries and other little snacks. We'll play for a little while just to be out of the house, and then we go home. Very basic family bonding time. Well, one day after work, we decided we would go to the casino late Sunday evening, as that's when it's pretty empty. The normal crowd of young adults is instead replaced with the elderly, usually retired, or very calm and sweet. Not the kind of individuals you would expect to give you a run for your money. Pardon the pun. So we get to the casino, and my sister and I begin to walk around. Eventually, my mother finds a slot machine to her liking, and I take a machine close by, as my sister chooses another. After a few minutes, I start hitting some of the little jackpots, and of course that begins to grab people's attention. It's not an issue really, but I began to feel eyes on me. When I turn my attention to my side, I see a man and a woman, staring not at the machine, but directly at me. Weird, but whatever. I continue to play, blaming my over-imagination on my paranoia. Another few minutes, I can still feel this stare that is making me quite uncomfortable. I start playing with the idea that maybe they want to use my machine. So I print out my voucher and get up so that I could find another slot machine. By this point, both my mom and sister have moved to a different part of the casino. You'd think these people would have taken my slot machine, and that would have been the end of my story. However, the two are closely following behind me, which I'm now starting to get some really bad feelings. Don't get me wrong, I don't like to be the judgmental type, since people can be pretty harsh these days, but just being in their presence made me have this impending feeling of doom. Thankfully, I locate my mother, and the two following me stop in place close by. Seconds later, they walk toward the table games. My mom agreed that them following me was strange, and we find it even worse when we catch them staring at us from a distance. We now begin looking for my sister, disregarding the couple. After a few minutes, we locate my sister playing at a slot machine and catch her up with what's happened. Just like my mother, she finds the situation bizarre. We decided just to stick together. Fast forward a bit later, I've already forgotten about my stalkers. We were busy playing a game together, and I told my mom I would be right back, since I wanted to cash out my voucher. Thankfully, the machine that dispenses the money is close. As I'm selecting the options on the screen, that feeling of being watched returns. Honestly, I wish I could explain it, but it's one of those sensations you have to feel firsthand. Anyways, what I overheard next is what really bothers me, even today. That's her, right? That's the one. Yeah, that's her. How old do you think she is? 22? I should have mentioned at the beginning, but I'm 28 years old. I do sometimes get mistaken for younger, however. I can then begin hearing them talk about my age, my weight, and my height. We gotta get her alone somehow. Let's try grabbing her over there, I overhear. Yeah, these people weren't exactly being sneaky. I'm standing there in disbelief as this machine seems to be taking an eternity. And finally, when my money is dispensed, I grab it and then see the two walk toward me. They pass me seconds after, and then head to the nearby spot I overheard them talking about. Hi there, sweetheart. Come over here for a second. We need to talk to you. I can still remember her saying to me as they looked at each other with ill intent. In that moment, I chose to sneak behind a lady playing a machine, choosing to hide next to her. Where'd she go? I recall hearing the woman say, as they find no success in locating me. I then saw them head toward the front of the casino. At this point, both my mom and sister are looking for me, worried. I was so infuriated that I went to find a security guard and told them there were these two making me feel uncomfortable and were potentially stalking me. The security guard takes me to a back room, and I'm surrounded by other guards as I begin to catch them up on the incident. Since this casino has CCTV cameras, they were able to confirm my claims by bringing up footage showing the two strangers following me. The guards are then able to locate the two live on the cameras. It looked as if they were still searching for me. After a while, the two exit the casino, and we begin thinking all is good. So me, my mom, and my sister start to leave. But then, at a distance, we see the two re-entering the casino. We quickly jump behind another set of machines, and I began to think, what sorts of dark intentions are bringing them back to the casino to look for me? We watch them in hiding, and we can see them walk toward the area they had last seen me. We take this opportunity to exit the casino, and we leave. Now, if there's anything I learned, it's that you need to be aware of your surroundings at all given times, no matter the time or place. My late father always pushed this on me. I know that as I write this out, this might not seem all too bad, but that feeling, which I can't really describe, is something I don't forget. Collecting leaves. Until. This happened just last month, so it's still fresh in my mind. Just 5 days ago, before writing this, I'd finished an art piece as part of a commission job I had a friend request from me. It was of one of his original anime characters, and he wanted me to place her sitting in a tree and smiling at the camera. He told me I could be as inventive as I wanted, which was why 3 weeks ago at the end of June, I thought instead of drawing leaves for the tree, I would head to this trail I take my dog on walks for and pick out some leaves there. The trail starts next to a courthouse with a huge parking lot. When you begin, you go up a small incline. Then about a mile in, you can either head down a hill on your left, or you can continue straight for half a mile, where there's a street. I chose to go down the little hill, as there is a more forested part of this trail that has the sorts of leaves I was looking for. As this was a little later in the evening, since it was mid-80s and I didn't want to get sunburned, the trail was pretty empty, say apart from just a couple of people riding their bicycles. Eventually, I reached this small patch of tall grass, where a bunch of the leaves had fallen from the trees above. One by one, I started to search for the leaves I found acceptable, while listening to some music on my AirPods. I have the AirPods Pro. I'm not trying to flex, trust me. It's just that these ones have the option where you can hear any noise around you if you set it to the right option. A lot of people don't know about that, which is why I think this person might have thought I hadn't heard them. You see, as I was bending down, I started to hear footsteps at my rear, inching their way closer. I looked up and I see a normal-looking man, maybe early 30s with some running shorts and a tank top, and he told me to be careful. I asked him why, and he told me there was this really suspicious man walking about a little bit further down the trail where he came from. I thanked him for the warning, and he soon leaves. I had some pepper spray on my keychain, so I wasn't too worried. Fast forward another 5 minutes, and I feel I have enough leaves for my project. I was sitting down on a log and drinking some water from my bottle, and looking over my phone, and again, I heard footsteps. I looked up from my screen, and instead of seeing a runner, or maybe someone on a bicycle, there's a guy who, just like the runner from earlier explained, was acting very peculiar. Hey there, you're really hot. Want to come back to my place? The man sounded drunk. I immediately stood up and told him I wasn't interested, as I began to quicken my pace and I head back toward the hill. Wait, where are you going? Come back, he said, as he went into a full-on sprint. Oh, heck no. I wasn't going about to deal with some drunk dude trying to get lucky. I began running, using my background in track and field to my advantage, and I managed to outpace him. I was now at the top of the hill I mentioned before, and I stumbled into a couple of guys on bicycles who were taking a break. They saw me out of breath and sweating, and they started to ask me what was wrong. I pointed toward the bottom of the hill, and when they walked over, they told me. The man saw them, and he immediately booked it back the way he came from. But perhaps what made things even more terrifying was what the men on the bicycles told me. I can't believe he was chasing you with a knife. I went cold. I saw no knife, but I knew these guys weren't lying just to make up a story. Therefore, we called the police and told them there was a man with a knife walking around the trail who appeared to be intoxicated. Thanks to my dad's friend, who works for the police station, we found out that the man on the trail was later caught. He had been drinking that afternoon, and I guess he had just had a pretty bad fight with his girlfriend. Why he decided to have a knife on him, who knows. But I'm happy that's one less bad guy on the streets, or I guess I should say, trails. Their plan to take me. Before I begin my story, I want to let you all know I was in my early 20s when this occurred. Now let me start. I have a pretty creepy story I'd like to share here on the Creepy Fox, that I hope acts as a learning lesson. Even if it seems all is calm, you should never be distracted. It's unfortunate it has to be that way, but you'll thank yourself in the end. This was roughly around 2005 or 2006, and I was just getting out of work. While on the way to pick up some Carl's Jr., I got a call from my mom. She asked me if I could stop by the grocery store to pick up a few items, things like milk, bread, eggs, etc. I told her sure as I grabbed my order and started to make the 30-minute drive there. Halfway, I realized there was a new grocery store that had just opened not too far from where I currently was. I figured most grand openings have major deals, so why not try it out? I did a U-turn at the street light I was waiting at, and then I drove about 3 minutes into a shopping center with the store. It was huge, and I was correct. They did have a major sale. So I grabbed the items my mom had requested, but then I sort of got carried away with some more groceries. Surely this basket was starting to get kind of heavy. Therefore, I leave my things with one of the friendly cashiers as I go outside to grab a shopping cart. The carts were at the side of the building, where there was only one light source, which came from above the building. I guess I should have mentioned this was around 7:45 p.m. when it was dark. When I grabbed my cart, a man approached me and tried to initiate a conversation. He was average height and average build, wearing a large Dodgers baseball t-shirt, some baggy jeans, and had a Dodgers hat to match his shirt, and was, I'd say, early 40s. I don't remember the exact things he said, but I do remember him complimenting me. I thanked him as I start to walk away, but I remember he stops me and he asks if I could give him my phone number. I didn't say anything. I just showed him my hand and pointed to the engagement ring I was wearing. He let out an, "Oh, I see," before he just walked away. Fast forward roughly 15 minutes later, I've already paid and I'm starting to head back to my car, which was a bit of a ways at the back end of the parking. Once done placing everything in the back seat, I went to put the shopping cart back where I had originally got it from. I used to work at a Ralph's grocery store a year prior to this incident. I know how annoying it is to deal with customers who just leave their carts scattered across the parking. That's why I wanted to do this grocery store a favor. Here's when things got pretty creepy. I placed my shopping cart in the little waiting area, and then I began heading back to my vehicle. Out of nowhere, an unmarked van with its windows tinted stops in front of me, near my car. Quite annoying, but it would be the least of my concerns. Suddenly, the window is rolled down, and I see the man who had the Dodgers hat behind the wheel. The back door opens, and a man who looked to be sporting some sort of blade told me to get in. That wasn't going to happen. I tell them no, and then make a run back to the grocery store. Thank goodness there is a security guard who I was able to wave down. By the time I looked back to the parking area, I could see the unmarked van beginning to exit the parking. The security guard was pretty confused as I began relaying what I had just gone through. He got the manager, and then I stayed with him until the police arrived. I gave them all the information I could remember, and some other customers did the same thing too. The officers ended up escorting me back to my house. Let's just say, I had trouble sleeping that night. As for the man in the Dodgers t-shirt and that vehicle, I can't really say for sure I know their exact location today. Here's to hoping they have since changed their ways. Edit. I forgot to mention, but this took place in downtown LA. Big Cat of Ashdown Forest. Hey there. I enjoy listening to your videos and everyone's stories, especially in the evening. To give you just a tad bit of context, I live in East Sussex, England. When I was younger, I'd say 13 or 14, my parents had purchased this huge piece of land in the Ashdown Forest. It was approximately 4 acres. My dad is a handyman. He loves to build and construct, and that's why he got planning permission to build a few stables, even a tack room and a barn. We had some horses, and being able to hack away at the forest was excellent. I can still recall as I write this out to all of you, how much fun being out with Jellybean was. Jellybean, was the name of my horse. Anyways, my dad began setting the foundation with cement for the barn, and when we came back the next day, we were surprised to see something a bit different, if you will. There were these paw prints in the cement. Now this was no average dog, cat, or fox paw prints. These were massive. The pad was the size of the palm of my hand, with claw indents. My dad even told me there had been sightings of big wild cats in the forest, and this is most likely one of them. I was quite worried, since we had horses, and even some chickens. I surely didn't want to go to bed, and then wake up the next day, only to see a bunch of ripped up chickens. One weekend, myself and a few others were down the yard with our dogs. At the time, we had 2 Jack Russell Terriers, named Disney and Dara. Those dogs were full of energy, and they'd run to the trees like they were kids. I should mention that at the bottom, on the next door neighbor's field, there was a large area of trees. This is where the dogs used to run around in, since our neighbors didn't mind. So we're doing our typical to-do list, checking off different chores, when all of a sudden, Disney was dragging a deer's front leg up the hill with the help of Dara. I'm not sure about you, but that sight alone petrified me. Now I wasn't even feeling safe in the yard. I remember trying to come up with some sort of explanation. Maybe a deer had passed, or maybe a fox had got into it and shredded it apart. Perhaps the dogs just found it and thought it was a bone. But then, an even worse thought. What if my dogs had taken this wildcat's dinner? Going further a few months in the story, nothing much else happened. My dad would mention spotting something in the neighbor's field a couple of times. He describes it as a big cat, being tan in color, almost matching the long grass. One day we decided to have a gathering with a group of friends. We set up a fire near the bottom of our field. It was getting dark, so we left the yard lights on. That way we could see our way back a bit better. We had split the field, so the horses couldn't bother us or go near the fire when it was lit. We were playing games and having fun when I noticed the horses were going a bit mad, running around and snorting. So I went over to check up on them to see if I could calm them down. I walked up the hill and ended up near the top by the yard. The horses were looking down the field at the mesh of trees in the neighboring field. This is where I saw 2 glinting eyes, and I froze for a good 2 minutes. I didn't know what to do, so I walked slowly down the hill toward the eyes. I don't know what I was thinking when I just stood there staring at them, but I could hear it breathing. I was a meter away from the fence, and suddenly, I decided to growl at it. I know, very dumb. I continued to growl, when just like that, the big wild cat growled back. Shivers ran down my spine, and the only thought I had was to stay close to the fire. Wild animals don't like fire. The others saw me walking backwards toward them, and they wondered what I was doing. I told them what just happened, and we decided to call it a day. We put the fire out, and we swiftly went home. So that was the time I came face to face with the big cat of Ashdown Forest. Stop and shop creep. This is an experience from the grocery store. I'm female and was about 16 years old when this happened. I was on summer break and I was staying over at my grandparents' house. So far, that summer had been fairly uneventful. While we were in the kitchen making some morning breakfast, we realized we needed to go to the nearest Stop and Shop to pick up some groceries. For those who aren't aware, Stop and Shop is our equivalent of a regular grocery store located in the northern states. Once there, we make our way in and start to grab things like milk and eggs. We then head to the aisle that has the shampoo and conditioner. This is where I saw a man. He was around 50s. He had gray pepperish hair and a scruffy beard. I tried not to mind him as I saw him immediately walk down another aisle, disappearing behind some of the goods. We continue our shopping and eventually stumble into him again, but just like before, he walks past us and disappears. I didn't see him again until we head to the aisle where all the bread is located. When he walked past me this time, he gave me a very strange look. It was a half smile, and his eyes were looking me up and down. I found that very weird, but not enough to notify my grandparents, since I was sure they would have said I was making a big fuss. We soon finish our shopping and head toward the cash register. As we put our food on the counter, awaiting the friendly cashier to scan everything, I was about to tell my grandma that I was going to use the restroom. But then I saw that strange 50-year-old man again. He made his way across to the other cash register on the other side of where we were standing. Then he looked at me and told me to come here with his finger. I got quite paranoid, so I finally told my grandpa. Here's the part that really makes me believe he had some evil intentions. When telling my grandpa and beginning to point toward the man, he walks out really fast. My grandpa gave chase as the cashier was listening to our conversation. He notified the manager, and my grandma gave me a hug. Unfortunately, my grandfather was unable to locate the man. The manager came out soon after, and I gave him the Spark Notes version of what just took place before we finally left. To this day, I get a really bad feeling he may have been trying to get me alone. Might seem like a stretch, but it's sadly all too common. Peeking through the window. Here's a story from yesteryear. We were staying at a campground near a large lake. We were the owners of an old 1960s Volkswagen van camper. It's the kind that has a dinette in the back, which could be used to make a bed, and even a raised tent roof. Say, for example, you wanted to camp, like we were doing. This was perfect as it was a total of 5, that being my family and I. My parents slept in the back dinette area, and my sister slept in the top tent area. That means I was left with my brother to sleep on boards that go from the dash to the back of the front 2 seats. I don't think I need to spend hours explaining to you that sleeping on those beds was no fun. Anyways, my brother was on the passenger side and I was on the driver's side. One more detail. My mom had made these really nice curtains for the front windshield and the side windows too. There was just about a 2-inch gap in the corner of the windshield, which I was facing. As I tossed and turned, I got this really bad feeling, like someone had been watching me. Earlier that day, there was this really creepy guy in the shower house that tried talking to us. I mentioned this information because when I opened my eyes, I saw the eyeball of someone peeking through the window. It was the same man. To this day, I'm sure I scared him as much as he scared me. After all, who expects to see some random creep looking at you from outside a window, especially in the middle of the night? I let out a sudden scream, which woke up my entire family, who weren't exactly too happy. They told me it was most likely a dream, essentially writing off what I had seen firsthand. Well, the next morning, there were muddy footprints on the bumper on my side of the camper. Let's just say, my family believed me, and we left that same exact day. Not everyone is trying to get you. A friend and I decided to go to the Valley Field Days in Syracuse, New York. We were hanging out from around 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., as the park closes at 12. As we left, we went over a bridge so that we could go under it to have a quick smoke. After we're done, we walked up to the fence that we crawled through, and here was when we noticed a man in a blue Nike sweatshirt as his back is toward me. The odd man stopped in place, and he started stretching his arms and feet. For whatever reason, I couldn't shake off these really bad feelings. I guess being in a pretty shady part of the city further adds to these concerns of mine. As I passed the man, I look back for a brief moment, and I can see he has taken out a phone, and it looks as if he's speaking with someone. We were walking in the middle of a road, and I can recall whispering to my buddy, asking him if he was aware we were being followed. The dude was stoned out of his mind, thus I don't think he really cared. As for myself, I didn't want to take any chances. The last thing I needed was this guy coming up to me with a knife. I put my hand into my pocket, and I reached for my little baton I got for my birthday. When I look back for a second time, the man is just 4 feet away from me. It sort of looked like when someone loses something, and that other person is trying to return said item back to you. However, it really looks as if he's either trying to mug us, or do something worse. When he got close enough, a car drove past us, and this is what made him keep walking. Before that, I had told the man, Hey dude, is there some sort of problem? Not everyone around here is trying to get you, you know, the man says in a very suspicious tone. This made absolutely no sense whatsoever, but perhaps what really got to me is that when he kept walking, he went into someone's lawn and disappeared behind that house. I truly believe that to this day, this man had some bad motives. If it wasn't for that vehicle slowly driving by my friend and I don't know what might have happened. Where did the rocks come from? Here is a pretty intriguing, scary story from a subscriber. They were never able to come up with an explanation, so perhaps one of you might be able to. Here it is. A short time ago, my brother, my dad, and myself were planning on taking a fishing trip. We were looking for catfish, and anyone who knows just a little bit about this activity knows the best time to catch them is in the evening. It's considering catfish are nocturnal creatures. Since our plan was to head to a reservoir, we weren't able to take a boat as originally planned. That means we were fishing from the shore. A few hours before we were set to fish, me and my dad had gone to the area to do some scouting for a nice spot. We located a point that came out into the water. It took us about 10 minutes of walking through the woods before we got to the end of it. The trees sort of made a barrier, which was going to make it quite the challenge to get a line in the water. That's why we came up with the plan of sawing some of the trees out of our way. This made a perfect spot to place our chairs, as well as our coolers of food and drinks. Fast forward about an hour and a half later, and we're now ready to go out and begin fishing. We brought along 3 rods, a lantern, and some chicken livers and worms for bait, since we know how much catfish enjoy those sorts of things. Oh yeah, and we also had brought along 2 flashlights and a saw. Now I know what you're thinking. Isn't that just a bit excessive? Maybe, but I shall let you all know our plan was to stay until about 2 in the morning. When we got there, we were able to get the stuff out all in one trip. Then we set up our chairs, lit the lantern, and set up the poles. We were watching for a bite when we heard this huge splash. That had to have been a huge fish, don't you think? We unanimously agreed. Moments later, there's another huge splash, and now we thought there was a school of them. You should have seen the smiles on our faces. All these fish sounded like big boys. We proceeded to silence our voices and movement, and we waited for another splash. Here's when we noticed something that didn't sound like a fish jumping out of water. The sound I can best describe is what you get when you throw a rock at the water. These rock throws continued, and my brother is starting to get a bit worried. I couldn't blame him, as it continued. My dad was getting angry because he thought another fisherman was trying to mess with us. Rocks are continuing to be thrown every minute or two, and we're starting to get scared that one of us is going to get hit with these rocks. The last thing we needed was a trip to the hospital and stitches. The weird part was that there was no noise of someone throwing or picking up a rock, just the sound of my brother talking about his concerns. Then a rock flies and falls roughly 5 feet in front of the shoreline. My brother went crazy. Whoever was throwing these rocks was on the point hiding somewhere around us, since the nearest shoreline was at least 200 yards away. My brother convinced my dad it was time to leave, so we packed up our things right there and then, as rocks continued to be thrown. "Yeah, we're going," my dad said in frustration. Thankfully, we made it safely back home, but we haven't told our mother. I'd say the most frightening part of this whole thing was how close this person had to have been, since those rocks were huge, and no matter how close we listened or where we shined the flashlights, we never heard or saw anyone. So that was the last story for today's episode. If this was the first time you joined us, then do consider subscribing and hitting that notification bell. That way you'll be notified of all the future uploads coming here to the channel. Also, make sure to leave a like rating if you enjoyed it, and leave a comment telling me what you all thought. Also, if you yourself have a scary story that you'd like to share, then send it in with my user submissions email, which appears on screen on my videos. TCF Narrations. creepyfox@gmail.com. Now, if you're looking for more of the Creepy Fox, then check out all the other videos I got on my channel. There's so much narration content that I'm sure you're going to enjoy. I've also got some exclusive Scary Stories narration episodes. If you'd like to listen to those, then for as little as $2 a month, you can become a Creepy Fox channel member and gain access to 10+ hours of extra additional content. I also got some cool merch which is featured down below. There's shirts, stickers, sweaters, coffee mugs, you name it. I got a lot of things that you might like, so check it out, see if you might find something on the Creepy Fox shop. Anyway, that is gonna go ahead and do it for today. Thank you so much everyone for watching today, and I'll go ahead and catch you all on the next episode. Until then, take care and have yourself an amazing day.